All right. Are we ready to rock and roll? Staff, how are we looking?
Looking good on this end.
Great. Thanks, Heather. Let me. Maybe I should start with a heads up that I am solo parenting everybody. So if there's an interruption, it's because I'm by myself. My partner is at a training for 2 weeks. So, all right. I think I got everybody. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. I think we're missing, oh, there's Ellie. Okay. I think we're missing a couple of board members, but we'll go ahead and get started. Because it looks like we may have a long one tonight, folks. Hopefully everybody was able to get through the packet and all the public comments. And I know Josh was here probably for the last time we reviewed this, and I can't quite seem to tickle out of my memory who else participated last time. Dave, you were here also? Good, that's great. A couple of folks that remember this from last time. So let's go ahead and call this meeting of the Missoula Community and Planning Board, Consolidated Planning Board, together. And can we please do roll call, Heather?
All right, apologies. I'm stepping into Donna's shoes. So if I miss anything or anyone, I am on the fly trying to figure this out for the first time going solo. So Dave Loomis.
Here.
Gordy Galels.
Here.
Ellie Costello.
Here.
Josh Schrader.
Here.
Let's see. Rick Hall.
Present.
Shane Morrissey.
Present.
Micah Sewell. Micah is absent. Toon Pham.
Here.
And did I miss anyone? Mr. Chair. Sean McCoy.
Here. I believe that it is it. Sierra said she would not be joining us. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I did miss Sierra. Thank you.
No worries. All right, welcome everybody. And as usual, we will proceed with our agenda to the approval of the minutes from the April 5th, 2022 board meeting. Ideally, everybody got a chance to review that as well with the big packet of comments we had today. So if I could just get a motion, we'll try and move right down the list and get into this public hearing portion of the meeting.
Move we accept the minutes as submitted.
Good.
Moved by Rick and seconded by Shane, I believe. And we'll just do an up and down vote for that. All those in favor of approving the minutes from April 5th, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing and seeing none opposed, motion passes unanimously. And that brings us to the fourth line item on our agenda for this evening, which is public comment on anything not on the agenda. I want to emphasize, again, this is for anything outside of tonight's agenda, which is primarily the Grant Creek Village Expo Parkway rezone. And so if you have comments about something outside of that, we will provide time later for comments on that. You can raise your hand if you're already joining us, or you can also call in. The instructions will be on your screen if you are joining us via MCAT, YouTube, where's my list? There's several modes to go on to the meeting or through the City of Missoula's website. If you cannot join in though, because you are watching us on MCAT or Spectrum Cable or one of those, there are two numbers that you can call in on. The first one is for cell phone numbers, and that is 213-338-8477. Again, that number is 213-338-8477, and that's for cell phone users. Or if you have a landline like I do, you can call in on 1-888-475-4499. And the webinar ID is 842-9399-6424. And the password is 999636. Again, the password is 999636. And you can press *9 to raise and lower your hand, and *6 to mute and unmute yourself. And one reminder for folks that need to call in but are also watching on another device, please try and remember to mute the device that you are watching the meeting on. Otherwise, there will be an echo from your phone because there's like a feedback as the sound comes out of your computer or television or whatever it is you may be watching. Even if you're on your phone watching it, please mute that or turn it off. I don't know what you do if you're watching it on your phone and you're calling in. I don't know how that works. But anyway, we'll give everybody a minute here. I don't see any hands up at the moment. So we'll give folks in the public just a minute, and I will pick this up in just a second. Okay, I'm seeing somebody with their hand up. So ideally, just to remind this person that this is a public comment about anything not on the agenda tonight, but we will call on Wen Beardsley, and ideally, oh, no. I'm gonna take that back. I saw the hand just went down. That's all right. Folks might be working something out. Technology is not always easy to run. So they put their hand down. So we'll just give it a couple seconds here. All right. I think that was just an error there. So we'll go ahead and just move on, folks. I'm going to let everybody know that we're kind of anticipating some, I don't know, maybe a lot of public comment tonight. Things may go long. However, as I mentioned earlier, I'm solo parenting. So if we get to 10 o'clock and we can't make a decision, I may very well turn the meeting over to Shane, either to finish out or we'll call it and put it off. However, I do know that the city and I think the developers and everybody would like us to try and come to a decision tonight if we can. Also just want to say up front that if I do have some type of large interruption, I may hand the meeting over temporarily to Shane, who is the co-chair, to keep things running along if I have to tend to my children. And with that, let us go ahead and move into the public hearing portion of this meeting tonight, where we will be reviewing the Grant Creek Village 2920 Expo Parkway rezoning. And that is being overseen by Dave DeGrandpré, so sorry, Dave, with the City of Missoula Planning Office of Developmental Services. And he has a presentation for us. And then I believe, I'm not sure if the developer has one, but we also have a couple of short presentations from public folks in the Grant Creek area, Friends of Grant Creek, and I believe somebody that's part of the Friends of the Grant Creek area, but also more associated with, they have a, oh, it's not a subcommittee, but a group of folks focused on fire and wildland urban interface. So I think we'll have at least 3, maybe 4 presentations tonight. And we're asking everybody to keep it as brief as possible. And the Grant Creek folks, I'll just remind that we're hoping that you can keep it to 15 minutes when your opportunity arises. So with that, Dave de Grand Prix, please take it away.
All right, thank you. Good evening, board members, members of the public, development team, and all. I'm going to share my screen now. Can you all see that?
I can see it. You're good, Dave.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So I'll try to be fairly succinct. There are a lot of details here in this report to go through, but I'll try to run through it. And then if there are questions, I encourage you to ask, or feel free to stop me along the way as well, board members. So this application before you is a rezoning application of 2 properties located at 2900, 2920, and 2990 Expo Parkway. The landowner developer is requesting to change the zoning from R 5.4 residential. Are you all still with me? Seem to have lost my. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you, Dave, but your screen did go black there.
Okay. Perfect timing. All right, let me see what I can do. I'll have to take a couple of steps, I believe.
No worries. Take your time there. There we can see you again.
All right. I'm going to shut some tabs down here. See if that'll help. All right, here goes nothing. All right, here we go again. So can you all see that?
No, not seeing anything, Dave. Sorry. Let's see. Now I'm seeing looks like your top bar. So maybe this screen is sharing, but all we're seeing is edit view. Oh. Maybe.
Okay. Well, I think what I'd like to do, maybe I could send this presentation to Heather. And Heather, would you be willing to rotate through it while I narrate?
It is now up, Dave.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else I can do. Well, we can.
Yeah, I would be happy to assist, Dave.
All right. It's going to take me just a minute. I closed down my email program, so I'll have to open that back up again.
No worries. Do what you need to. I was actually sitting here thinking about it, and this might be one of the biggest technical difficulties I've seen since we started, Zoom meetings, which is surprising.
Yeah, it's a surprise to me.
You're sharing again.
Yeah, every time I move my cursor or mouse, it blacks out. So. I think what I need to do is log off for a second, quit the meeting, and then I'll rejoin. Does that sound all right?
Yeah, we gotta do what you need to do, whatever you think is best. And while we're waiting for Dave to log on and off, I realized I skipped over something. So we'll just take a quick moment to, under staff announcements for all the board members, there is a flyer there. Hopefully everybody had an opportunity to look at that. That's for an upcoming training. I believe that the county is putting on May 16th from 3 to 5, or yeah, from 3 to 5. And I got the impression that was in person, based on the flyer, but ideally everybody, if you can attend or feel like that's something that you would like to attend, I think it would be worthwhile. I'm actually considering it. Looked like a really good overview of everything that kind of comes with being on a board for the city or county or one of the trustees. So highly encourage everybody, if you can, take the time to attend that training, please do. My guess is there's probably also Zooming capabilities with that as well.
It's also virtual.
And
Great.
if I may, they are requesting that you RSVP if you'd like to attend in person, just because the capacity of the Sophia Louise room and the courthouse does have some limitations, but it is an excellent training. You get a lot of energy if you manage to make it in person. So,
Great. Thank you, Heather. Appreciate that add in there. So it is virtual and live, and if you're going to go, please RSVP. And otherwise, I guess board members, if you need a break already, or a drink of water, or opportunity to go to the bathroom, please do so. And with all of our other folks that are joining us tonight, just please hang with us. This is actually, like I said earlier, one of the first real technical difficulties we've had on the planning board anyway. I don't know about anything else, but so we'll just hang tight here for a minute. And hopefully Dave de Grand Prix can get back on and make his presentation. All right, there's Dave joining back in.
Okay, good evening again. Heather, did you receive the presentation? Should be a PDF.
I just did, yeah. I'm getting that up as we speak. If I could get it to open in the proper program, we'd be even better. Is this going to be okay, Dave?
That'll be just fine. Sure. If you can scroll down, please, to the second slide. There you go. All right. And so again, my name is Dave DeGrant from the City of Missoula Development Services. I apologize for the delay, but I think we're ready to get going. And so, as you know, this is a rezoning application, and zoning is authorized for cities by the Montana Code Annotated. There are specific legal requirements for zoning procedures, the criteria for reviewing zoning applications, protest provisions, things like that. And they're all fleshed out in Missoula Title 20. And one thing I wanted to point out to you to make clear is, unlike a subdivision, a rezoning application can't be conditioned. So when you have a subdivision application, oftentimes a subdivision preliminary plat is given approval subject to 10 or 20 or whatever it might be conditions of approval that the developer would have to meet. In the case with zoning, that flexibility is not available to us. So the idea is that the developer here is asking for RM1-45 for the entire property, and conditions cannot be applied. Next slide, please, Heather. So briefly about the property itself, general location, you can see that it's located in the Grant Creek neighborhood near the mouth of Grant Creek. Interstate 90 is located just a little ways to the south. It's located, the property is located near the interchange with Interstate 90. You can see Grant Creek Road to the east off-site, and the property is accessed by two streets, Expo Parkway and Stonebridge Road. Both of those are city streets. Property it consists of two parcels. It's 44 acres in size. It's a former gravel pit that is flattened out. The property is served by city water and city sewer. And you can see on the southern property, there are two apartment buildings that have been constructed. And two others have been permitted for a total of 166 units. Next slide, please. So this is just to show you where the city limits are in relation to the property. So you can see the property with a blue star, and it is within the city limits, as is much of the area to the north and all the parcels, of course, to the south. So it's, one of the things that we think about when we're reviewing a zone change under our growth policy, and I'll get to some of the details on that in a little bit, but, is this sprawl? Is it infill? How does it relate to surrounding land uses and that sort of thing? So I just wanted to point out to you that it's well within the city limits, at least as a starting point for the discussion. Next slide, please. So the property is surrounded on three sides by development. To the north is single dwelling residential, single family type residential. It's a subdivision. To the east is the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. There's a warehouse and their headquarters and museum or display areas. Immediately to the east, or to the southeast, I guess, is a multi-family or multi-dwelling condominium complex, 1 and 2 stories. And to the south are, I'm sure you're familiar with, restaurants, hotels, south and east across Grant Creek Road. So it's to the west is a hillside. So in fact, the portion of the property that you see that's green is a fairly steep hillside. Toward the bottom of that, or closer to the gravel pit area, is a sizable irrigation ditch. But uphill from that is a hillside that's greater than 25%, typically can't be developed, or I guess it could potentially, but very low density could it be developed. In this case, it's not proposed to be developed at all. But you can see the point I'm trying to make here is there's surrounding development, and you can get the character of the area from looking at this. Next slide, please. So I don't know how this happened, but it is a complex situation in that the property itself there. So I said there are two properties and they both contain more than one zoning designation. The R5.4 to the north is a residential, primarily single family type residential district. The RM1-35 in the center, that's the kind of the light brown or beige area that covers the majority of the property. That's a residential multifamily residential district with building heights up to 35 feet. The B2-2 is a commercial, it's a neighborhood commercial type district. So that's on the condominiums that are immediately to the southeast and also a portion of this property. And then C1-4, that's a commercial district that's set up to support, and it's highway type commercial. So hotels, restaurants, auto dealers, places that need outdoor storage or larger areas. So right now we have 4 zoning districts across the property, which presents a real complexity. Could you go to the next slide, please? So when we have a situation like that, that's called split zoning under Title 20. That's the city's zoning ordinance. And so what it really boils down to is when you have more than one zoning designation on the property, Title 20 tells us that the most restrictive zoning applies. So in this particular case, the R 5.4 is the governing zoning for the northern property. So that's again a single family type residential district. In the RM 135, which is a multifamily residential district, that governs developments. That's kind of the prevailing zoning, I guess is what I'd like to call it, on the southern parcel. Next slide, please. So I just want to go through fairly quickly the existing zoning. I mentioned on the north parcel R 5.4, the south parcel RM 135. I mentioned the building types. So the 5.4 is single dwelling. RM 135 allows a variety of residential building types, single dwelling, duplex, multi-dwelling, mixed use even. And the parameters are quite different. So the minimum parcel area is 5,400 square feet for the northern parcel. For the R 5.4, it's 3,000 square feet per unit, or sorry, per parcel, and 1,000 square feet per unit on RM 135. Ultimately, what it boils down to, and what I wanted to kind of illustrate to you all is what is the development potential of the property today with the current zone. And so the bottom row shows that after everything's said and done, approximately 156 dwelling units could be developed on the northern parcel, and approximately 339 dwelling units could be developed on the southern parcel. Now, I want to give you a big caveat, and that is this doesn't really take into account, those numbers don't take into account things like streets, parking areas, parks and recreation facilities, things that take up a substantial amount of land. So I think these numbers, they add up to 495 potential dwelling units. That should be taken with a grain of salt. I don't think that's quite realistic, but just based on the gross math, that's what we come up to for development potential without the rezone. Heather, the next slide, please. So with the rezone, again, RM 145 is the requested designation. It's very much like the RM 1-35. It also allows a variety of building types. It has a minimum area per dwelling unit of 1,000 square feet, just like the RM 135. Really, the big difference is it allows building heights up to 45 feet, whereas RM 135, so 4-story buildings, whereas RM 135 has a maximum building height of 35 feet. Again, if you look at the bottom row, after it's all said and done, 1,185 gross dwelling units maximum could be placed there. But again, it's probably not, or that is definitely not realistic because, again, things like parking areas, activity areas of parks, and all the other things that are associated with setbacks and landscaping. It's definitely not realistic, but just it gives you an idea of the gross numbers based on the zoning that we have. Next slide, please. And so, Sean, as you mentioned at the outset of this hearing, there's a little bit of history with zone change requests on this property. So in 2000, the same owner, KJA Development, applied for this rezoning, applied to rezone the property to RM 145, and the application was not approved. Planning board recommended against it, and council declined to approve it as well. And there was a whole lot of discussion about the project, about compliance with the growth policy and things like that. And so I don't want to minimize that, but I want to summarize it for you just for the sake of brevity. And so, the discussion really focused around a handful of things. One was concerns about compliance with the growth policy. I think the board members, planning board members, as well as council felt that it complied in some ways, but maybe not in others. So there was quite a bit of discussion about that. There was a lot of discussion about safety, about one ingress and egress in the Grant Creek neighborhood, and how this, rezoning the property and subsequent development may or may not play into public safety and access. There was discussion about the lack of non-motorized transportation facilities in the area, exacerbating existing traffic issues without a proposal to minimize impacts or mitigate impacts for future development, and also concern expressed about single vehicle occupancy trips. So, there was discussion about future development being pretty auto oriented. It isn't transit to the area, things like that. So those were kind of, in a nutshell, some of the concerns that were discussed back in 2020. Next slide, please. So what's changed since then? Why should the board and city council look at it differently? I think there are at least a handful of things to think about. So back in 2020, housing was in short supply. Housing prices were going up quite quickly, and that has not abated. In fact, I would say that demand has continued to outpace supply on a regular basis. We see in the Missoula Courage or the Missoulian or other sources, the fact that housing prices are going up quite rapidly. So that has continued. Back in 2000, there were no homes on the property. Now there are, it's over 100, I believe. The developer can clarify the exact number, but I know that we've issued permits at the city for 166 on the south parcel. And I'm sure most of you, if not all, have seen the development that's been built there. So have a sense of what it looks like and how it might blend into the community. Since 2000, so this is on Grant Creek Road. There is now a new southbound through lane and a bike lane that goes under the I-90 interchange. Back in 2000, there were only 2 roads heading south on Grant Creek Road under the interchange. Now there are 3 plus an additional bike lane. MDT, Montana Department of Transportation, has also modified the signals to make that more efficient. This summer, trails are going to be built by City Parks and Rec across Grant Creek Road at the Bluebird Recreation area. So there's more recreation potential in the immediate vicinity. The developer also has tried to address some of the concerns, particularly surrounding safety, by hiring a risk management and fire protection consultant to perform a risk analysis and a fire protection and emergency plan that was reviewed by several public safety professionals in Missoula, the Office of Emergency Services, by City Fire, County Fire District, etc. And then also the developer has refined and modified some of the plans. Next, please, Heather. In particular, the developer has proposed what's called a development agreement. I'm sure you saw that in the staff report. I'm sure you've heard about it or read about it in public comments and also the application materials. And so I wanted to give you the city's take on what this is and how it applies to this decision, to the zone change. And so a development agreement is a contract between the city and the applicant or the developer, and it is stated in the text, it runs with the land. So if the developer were to abandon or sell the site or whatever it might be, pass away or whatever happens, that the development agreement would still run with the land and could be modified only with the concurrence of both the developer or the future owner and also the city. It proposes a maximum of 700 residents. So I showed you that slide of the development potential showing 1,185 potential or gross dwelling units. Well, the developer is saying what we'd like to do here, and it's codified or stipulated in the development agreement, is a maximum of 700. And of course, that would result in fewer vehicle trips than was considered back in 2000. Developers also refined plans for some amenities, community center, recreation areas, area for a daycare, garden, dog park, and grooming area, things like that. And so that's all stipulated in the development agreement, and these things would be, according to this DA, provided at specific milestones. In other words, when a certain number of dwelling units would be built, that would trigger additional improvements or amenities on the site. But what I'd like to point out to you, I think most critically to this decision, at least from the city's perspective, is the development agreement is nice and has merit, but our recommendation is not to base the rezoning on the development agreement itself. We have to follow, state law provides review criteria for zoning amendments, and that's what we have to consider and weigh in making a decision on whether a zone change should be approved. And so the development agreement doesn't weigh into the assessment of compliance with those criteria. So I just wanted to kind of point that out, describe what it is, and how it applies or may not apply in this particular case. Do the board members have any questions on that right now, or you can save it for later too?
Yes, actually, Dave, Rick has a question. Go ahead, Rick.
Does the development agreement come in with the plating or the subdivision approval, or where would it take place in the planning process?
Well, in this case, so we're not actually doing a plat. There's no subdivision of lots. There's no new lots that would be created. The developer has proposed this development agreement, so it's a contract again between the city and the developer, and it would be, I suppose, signed by the mayor at some point. I think it goes, it's the distinction's a little fuzzy. I think it goes hand in hand, or it's proposed to go hand in hand with the rezoning application. But I guess my point is we can't make a zone change contingent upon the development agreement. If that's clear. I know it seems a little bit fuzzy, but I think ultimately what would happen, Rick, is if the zone change was approved, at the same time, the mayor would sign the development agreement, the developer would sign the development agreement, and development would go forward according to that. I guess I do want to point out too that there are other development agreements that the city has entered into in similar situations. So this is not entirely unique. It wouldn't be the first.
I've seen DAs with in other jurisdictions that are part of the rezone process. So it's not actually part of it, but it would be contingent upon being signed, is what you're saying.
That's right.
Thank you.
All right, should we keep moving?
Please, I don't see any other hands at this time.
Great. Next slide, please. So what I'd really like to focus on are the review criteria, in particular compliance with the growth policy, but you can see the others, and I'll hit those fairly briefly, the rest of them, but I really want to focus on the growth policy, and we'll talk about transportation and compatibility and the other criteria that are outlined in state law in Title 20. Next slide, please. So this is where I really spent a lot of time, and the report focuses, there are several pages that evaluates this proposal in light of the growth policy itself. And when I'm reviewing an application, a land use application, the growth policy it's a foundational document. It provides the vision for how the community wants to grow, where the community wants to grow, and it's made through a deliberative, open public process. And so it's really fundamental or central to these questions. And so this is a snippet of the future land use map that's provided in the our Missoula growth policy. And so the future land use map, just like it sounds, it provides a guide for future development and the types of development that are deemed appropriate in particular locations. And so I guess one more thing to kind of summarize, it's really a visual depiction. So according to the growth policy, it says the future land use map is a visual depiction of all the goals, the policies, and the objectives that are stated within the growth policy. And so in this case, the property has two growth policy designations. One is residential high density development, and the other is regional commercial and services. And so residential high, just like it sounds, it's an area that's set aside for high density residential developments, up to 87 dwelling units per acre. In fact, there's a whole range that can be developed there depending on what zoning is applied. But the guidance document here provides for residential high on, it's actually 87%, the vast majority of this property. And the other growth policy designation is regional commercial and services. So it's kind of like the C1-4 zoning that's on there today. It's for things like auto-oriented development off the interstate. You can think of car dealers and warehouses and hotels and restaurants and tourist facilities and things like that. So there are two future land use map designations, residential high and regional commercial services. I'll just go into those in a little bit more detail here on the next slide. So the growth policy in providing those designations, those guidance designations for the types of land use that are deemed appropriate in particular locations, there are, we call them implementing districts or zoning districts that are also deemed appropriate. So, for example, in the residential high density area, the growth policy provides us with 4 different zoning districts that are deemed appropriate. You've got the RM1-35, which applies to the southern property today, and then RM1-45, which is what the applicant seeks. Then you've got RM 1.5 and RM 0.5. They're all multifamily zoning districts, and with varying density. So the lowest density actually is the RM 135, and the highest is the RM 0.5. So you've got a range here. What's requested by the developer is RM 145, so that falls somewhere in the middle. And then moving over to the regional commercial and services, that provides really for commercial and industrial type zoning. But one thing that's interesting about Missoula zoning is many of the commercial districts also provide for residential development. And the idea is to and higher density residential development. And so the C1-4, the ones with the asterisks, the C1-4, C2-4, and M1R-2 all allow commercial and industrial districts, or all are commercial industrial districts that allow residential development up to 43 dwelling units per acre. So they all encourage, or allow at least, higher density residential development. The idea is to not have separated uses so much, but to have a mixture of uses in different areas. So there's kind of a synergy between where you have residential development and then commercial services that develop around that. And so it's, the idea is to have fewer vehicle trips, less auto miles, more kind of compact communities and that sort of thing. So even the regional commercial and services allow for and encourage higher density residential development. So next slide, please, Heather. Like I said, the staff report goes into much greater detail about compliance with the growth policy. It has several different policy statements and a discussion about compliance or lack of compliance with those. But ultimately, I wanted to summarize for you in its development services perspective or opinion that the RM1-45 substantially complies with the growth policy, certainly the future land use map, because 87% of the property is designated as residential high density. RM1-45 is an implementing district of the residential high density growth policy designation. And the allowed density is the same density that's also allowed in those other commercial districts. So taken as a whole, we feel that the RM145 zoning designation that the developer is asking for substantially complies with the growth policy future land use map. Next, please, Heather. And as the staff report indicates, there are a whole lot of goals, policies, objectives that are called out in the growth policy. The staff report has a pretty thorough analysis of those. Ultimately, I think you can boil it down to the city's focused inward approach. So the property here can be served by sewer, water, police, fire, city street maintenance. This proposal the rezoning would support city housing goals. I have to say, there's some facilities are in the area, so restaurants, and certainly are on the Reserve Street corridor, close access to the interstate, so it's not hard to get to services. However, it's not like there's a grocery store right next door or a medical clinic right next door, and there are public parks aren't available. Transit isn't available at this time, so it's not a perfect fit, I guess, in our opinion. But it's substantially, but enough of those facilities and services are available to make this a fairly suitable place for this residential development. And also, the developer can be required to make transportation improvements. So if there are limitations or issues that would be posed by the development when it's built out through the city's building permit and engineering permit processes, mitigation measures, so things like widening traffic lanes or lengthening traffic lanes, installing crosswalks, installing sidewalks, things like that can be required under the building permit authority of the city engineering department. So in sum, staff feels that the proposed rezoning substantially complies with the growth policy. Next slide, please. So the staff report goes into fairly exhaustive discussion of compliance with the other rezoning criteria. We evaluate it, weigh it, and then come up with a recommendation. And so I don't want to go into those in great detail here. If you'd like to break down some of them, board members, we certainly can. But I think ultimately staff has found that the proposal meets the review criteria. And next slide, please. So before you is a staff recommendation for approval, and this would be, this is the motion that I'm requesting that you act on tonight, whether it's a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Hopefully we can get there. If not, we'll deal with that and do it next time too. But anyway, I hope that we can get to a motion and take a vote. And then also, I might not need to go into it, but the idea of spot zoning has come up, whether this would be spot zoning, and that's a test that's been developed over the years through the courts. And so I have a brief analysis of that, but may not be necessary. I guess if the board wants to delve into that later during our discussion, that's great. Just let me know. But I think I've probably spoken enough for now and could pass the torch. So are there any questions right now that board members have of me?
I'm not seeing any hands at the moment, Dave. I don't think so. We can go ahead and go to KJA Development. I believe they have a presentation. I'm sorry, I apologize to KJA. I forgot to ask the name of the individual who would be speaking on your guys' behalf this evening. I see Spencer's got his hand up. Go ahead, Spencer. Share your screen if you can. And staff might have to unmute you. Just be patient. Looks like you can speak if you like,
Okay.
Spencer. I don't know if you have.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm gonna try not to have the same technical difficulties that Dave did, but I'm not making any promises here.
Well, if you have the same ones, then we'll have a conspiracy going and we can go on that for a while.
How do I do this? Okay, can you see my slideshow?
Not yet. Actually, we're not seeing anything other than your name at the moment. And I can't help you in any way. Oh, there we go. There we go. We've got our Missoula 2035 up here.
Okay. Thank you, Planning Board, for the opportunity to present this project tonight. My name is Spencer Voith, President of Voith Engineering. This project has been designed by Voith Engineering, Hoffman Morgan Architects, and the developer is Ken Alt or KJA Developers. Brief background on Mr. Alt. His last project was a multifamily project known as Brooklyn West, just off of the Mullen Road, a very nice high-end multifamily development. We're here tonight to present Mr. Alt's request for the property to be rezoned RM 145 and to talk about a voluntary development agreement, which will place restrictions, as Dave said, on the property to help alleviate some of the community concerns that were presented on the previous rezone. Dave did a great job of presenting the background. We're just going to try and touch on, I apologize, don't really know what Dave's going to present, so some of this may be a little bit of a double up, but we'll go through these slides as quickly as we can. So the request is to go to RM 145. Grant Creek Village encompasses the two parcels at the mouth of Grant Creek, as Dave said. Again, our Missoula 2035 growth policy was approved by the Montana City Council on November 23rd of 2015 and uses the criteria discussed at depth in the documents to recommend land use of high density for both parcels. Residential high density recommends a development density of 24 to 43 dwelling units per acre. And as Dave stated, relatable zoning districts do include the RM 145. The other document, planning document, is the 1980 Grant Creek Area Plan. In Montana, neighborhood plans are approved by the local governments as an extension of the growth policy document. So it's important that we do consider the 1980 area plan. Grant Creek is split in the 1980 plan into two different zones: high density single family and medium density multifamily. And you can see the two zones that are split based on the 1980 plan. The majority of the property is zoned for multifamily as envisioned by the 1980 plan and the current growth policy. The zoning that was approved, we'll compare the extent of the proposed development to the existing zoning districts, which Dave already showed, so you can understand our request to go to RM 145. You can see this behind some slides. Okay, there's our master plan. You can see the smaller scale buildings are proposed in the northern region, where the designation was envisioned as R 5.4 and in the 1980 plan as high density single family zoning. So as part of what we're proposing with the development agreement is that we will put the high density single family units in the zoning that has been designated as R 5.4 in the zoning and as part of the 1980 plan. So our proposal is to go with zoning, as Dave stated earlier. We have a development agreement that we'll voluntarily enter into, but the zoning that we are requesting is RM 145. So that would be our master plan shown under the RM 145 zoning district. The development agreement was created in response to community concerns voiced both at the prior rezone hearings and at several meetings that we had with Friends of Grant Creek and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. So based on our voluntary development agreement, we would restrict it to 700, a maximum of 700 dwelling units. Intended to address those concerns, but does not modify the underlying standards of the RM 145 zone. If you take the 700 dwelling units per acre and divide it by the 44 acres that we have in this development, it works out to be a 15.89 dwelling units per acre, where our Missoula 2035 envisioned a density of 24 to 43 dwelling units an acre. Based on what is presented in the our Missoula 2035, our overall density will fall below what they recommended for the high density. And by comparison, the Cottonwood condominiums just to the east of this development have there's 10 dwelling units per acre. During the previous rezone hearings, one of the biggest concerns related to the lack of public transit in the area. There is no perfect solution for this right now, as public transit requires both the density and the user base to justify adding those bus routes. But the development lays the foundation to start bringing public transit to the area. We have petitioned the property to be included into the Missoula Urban Transportation District for mountain line services. At this point, they have said that there is not the ridership to justify having that bus route. Since we don't have the ability to get mountain line to serve it, we have taken another step and we've reached out to the Missoula Ravalli Transportation Management Association, or the MRTMA, and requested a rideshare program, and they have agreed to do a rideshare program with us. As part of that program, we've agreed to designate parking spaces for that are set aside for this rideshare. Understanding that if the ridership becomes to a certain point with MRTMA and Mountain Line does agree to serve this area, the agreement with MRTMA would then go away and the bus service would take over. Other things that are in the development agreement. Again, 700 dwelling units maximum. We're going to amenities such as a pool, hillside no build zone, and construction of hiking trails to be used by the residents and neighbors, a playground, and a large turfed open space. One of the things that was discussed in Dave's presentation and has been brought forth by the neighbors is the lack of public parks in the area. The idea with this open space is it creates an opportunity for those residents living in there to have the park-like setting. To give you a frame of reference of the size of what that looks like, here's a football field overlaid in that area to create some resemblance of scale. Another concern that was brought up by the neighbors was dogs. We will agree in the development agreement to provide a fenced dog park. And then the covered school bus and transit shelter for such time when, either for both the school-aged children or when Mountain Lion does choose to serve the property, we have the covered bus shelter constructed. And there's the location for the MRTMA rideshare program. Within the clubhouse, to try and eliminate single vehicle trips, we're going to build tenant co-working spaces to give people the ability that maybe want to work from home, but want to be out of the house. They have the ability to go somewhere that isn't necessarily require them to drive anymore. The other thing based on the RM 145 zoning is setbacks. And one of the things that we'll agree to in the development agreement is requiring a 115-foot setback from the neighboring single-family residential in the Prospect addition. A 30-foot setback from both the Cottonwood condos and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and improving walkable connectivity by installing crosswalk improvements at the two shown locations. Sorry, the sun is like, I don't work really late at night apparently because the sun is reflecting directly off my computer monitor, so I apologize.
No worries, Spencer.
So a few key reviewing criteria, as noted on by Dave. The growth policy clearly indicates that the parcel is suitable for RM 145 high density residential high density category. As this is the same slide that was shown previously by Mr. de Grand Pré. Within the requested RM 145, the development agreement will scale. I totally missed some slides here. As discussed at length in the staff report and the risk analysis, fire protection and emergency plan, the parcel can support an additional 204 dwelling units above those currently permitted without impacting the evacuation routes from Upper Grant Creek. Ample recreational opportunities exist in the area, starting with the pool, the playground, and the open space, and the hiking trails to be constructed on site. The future Bluebird Preserve on the east side of Grant Creek Road this preserve will have an additional 124 acres of open space and hiking trails. In addition to the already 304 acres of seasonal public access on the Republic Services conservation easement. To help the residents access these amenities, Mr. Alt is committed to upgrading the pedestrian infrastructure in the area with crosswalk upgrades at both Expo Parkway and Stonebridge Road, as well as providing the bus stop shelter and the rideshare program in the area to begin addressing the transit deficiencies. The development is already connected to city-owned water and sewer, and the provisions are already in place to address both stormwater runoff quantity and quality for the entire development. Last year, as part of the stormwater quality, We installed permeable pavers to help filter out any sediment that could potentially enter into the storm drain system. Hydrodynamic separators, which are shown, that will also help filter out any potential sediment entering, and a very large underground detention system to mitigate both sediment and the temperatures of the water before it enters into the groundwater. You can see in the slide, the large pipe systems that have already been constructed to accommodate that stormwater. The increased setbacks are another thing that we really do want to hammer on, that we are trying to alleviate the concerns of those neighbors in the Prospect subdivision. So not only is it 115-foot setback, but the topography also creates the opportunity in that area to make sure that those units sit well below what is the Prospect subdivision. So here's an aerial image of the gravel pit prior to the beginning of the development. As shown is the 35-foot existing elevational difference between the Prospect subdivision and the Grant Creek Village development. Here's an overlay of what our master plan would look like with the buildings and the single-family residential lower density projects that will surround the exterior of the higher density internal portions. Again, a rendering of what we're proposing the development to look like. 35-foot existing drop. Again, an overlay of what the zoning looks like. And here's a picture of the facilities as they exist today, the currently constructed units. One thing that we do want to talk about, and one of the reasons we're requesting the RM 145 zoning, is the ability to go to the 45-foot height does make this development considerably more desirable. It gives us the ability to meet the unit counts that we need to make this financially feasible. And it allows us to create the opportunity for the larger portions of open space. If we were to go to an RM 135 zoning, which takes the overall height down 10 feet, we would be required to meet that, to get to those counts that we need to get to, we would have to put that many more buildings. And that doesn't make a livable product. We really want to have the open space within and the amenities for the residents of that. The other thing that 4 stories allows you to do is it allows you to make more sense to install elevators in the project. One thing, by installing an elevators in these buildings, it creates accessible units for those with needs on all 4 levels, where in your standard 3-story unit without any elevators, all of those accessible units are then on the 1st floor. So it gives an opportunity for additional people for people with disadvantages to be able to be on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. I kind of skipped through some of that stuff because Dave touched on most of it, but I'm available for any questions if anybody has any.
Great, thank you, Spencer. That was a great view of what you guys are looking at and considering. Do any board members have any questions for Spencer or Dave even at this time? I see Dory. Dory, your hand's up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick question for each Dave and Spencer. Spencer, I'm just curious about the choice of turf for that open space in the middle of the development. Can you speak to that decision at all?
Versus a different product type you're talking?
Yeah, you know, more of a natural, water-wise perhaps, or something like that. I'm just curious why turf?
So one of the ideas for the turf is it does create the opportunity to help eliminate the heat island effect, where you have large parking lots and buildings. And then it gives the potential for more flexibility for what the usages are. So if you have children in the area or things of that nature, it gives them more of a flatter open space to play in.
Okay, thanks for that. And quick question for Dave. Do we know about, it looks like there is room for further commercial development on that southern commercially zoned property. Is that true, that there's room there for additional commercial development? And I know that's outside of the scope of this project, but I'm just curious in terms of potential for a future grocery store or market of some kind.
As of just last week, there were 2 vacant lots. And I don't know anything about the ownership or development plans or anything like that, but certainly there appears to be space.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Can I follow up? I just want to make sure I fully understood your question. When you asked about the question about turf, I do want to be clear that it is real grass, not like turf, like artificial turf or something.
Thank you. Thank you. I was questioning whether it was artificial or real. So thanks for that clarification.
Okay, yes, you're very welcome.
Okay, any other questions from board members at this time? Okay, so I'm not seeing any hands up. So we will, and if you feel the need, throw your hand up and I'll stop, but I'm going to keep us moving forward here. So we're going to have 2 more presentations from members of the public, the Friends of the Grant Creek area, and we have asked them to try and keep their presentations within a 15-minute or less window. Again, we have a lot of other folks that may want to chime in this evening. So we will proceed with those 2 presentations. And I'm not sure, we didn't really get an order worked out. So I think we have Mike Cole, who wanted to do a presentation more based around fire hazards. And then RT Cox, I believe, was going to do a general presentation from the Friends of the Grant Creek. Do either of you want to go first? Do you guys have a plan of how you want to approach this?
We do, Mr. Chairman. I got the short straw, so I get to go first.
All righty, RT. And just to give you a reminder about that 15 minutes, and I will do my best to politely let you know when that comes up.
Thanks. My name is RT Cox. The last time around, Wendell Beardsley was the chairman of the Friends of Grant Creek, or the president. Somehow things happened that I'm now the president of the Friends of Grant Creek. So we thank you for the opportunity to speak about this. Mr. Voith gave a very professional presentation. They have made some efforts to try to deal with some of the issues that were identified the last time, and I think some credit is due for an effort to do that. Obviously, they've put a lot of time into designing a project that they think makes sense from their perspective. We received the application and we scheduled a public meeting of the entire Grant Creek community on March 29th, and we had about 50 people show up in person and about 20 people attended by Zoom. It might have been more than that. And we discussed a lot of the things in the development agreement and limiting to 700 units and some of the things that were proposed by Voith and Morgan. And people were still universally and very solidly opposed to this rezoning request. So we submitted some comments on April 11th. There's a 7-page memo that I signed with several appendices. I'm not going to go through that in great detail, and I would ask everybody please to take a good hard look at that, because we made a real effort to go through some of the zoning criteria and compare to the growth policy. I also submitted a memo today. We submitted a memo last week about the development agreement, which is something of a legal brief and probably makes everybody's head hurt to read it. But we took a look at the controlling case law and case law from other jurisdictions. And we have some grave reservations about the meaning and enforceability of the development agreement. I think probably the developer is offering that in good faith. And I would suspect the developer plans at this time, under these conditions, that the development agreement will guide their business. It's pretty open-ended. It's rather vague on a lot of things, but the problem is if it is ultimately unenforceable, then that can lead to unpleasant and unanticipated results. Once this entire property is zoned RM1-45, then that's the zoning that applies to it, and anything can be done that is permitted by that zoning, including building a lot more units. I don't think that the developer is lying to us today. I don't think they're planning to build more than 700 units, but circumstances change, ownership changes, and somebody might come in and point out that this really is an attempt to condition the zoning, which Mr. de Grand Prix told you tonight. Zoning can't be conditioned. I don't want to spend a lot of time on that. It's a legal issue. I was glad to hear Mr. de Grand Prix say that you really cannot consider the development agreement as a factor in whether there's compliance with zoning criteria. So I'm going to leave that alone. I also sent a memo today about the traffic study issue because city engineering required the consultant, the traffic consultant for KJA, to go back and do his report over again. That came in a couple days before the Easter weekend, and our consultant has not had a chance to review that. We're also waiting on some recent road count data that the city engineering department did on Grant Creek Road so that we can give that to our consultant to look at. So there's a big open question about the accuracy of the traffic data that is in front of you. And traffic data is pretty important because we've got Grant Creek Road, which is a 2-lane road until you get right to the interstate. It's very busy. There are a lot of people trying to make left turns across traffic. It's narrow once you get to the town pump. Mr. Abelin, their consultant, says he thinks there'll be 3,000 trips a day added to the traffic flow on Lower Grant Creek Road if this project is built. Plus, there's the Glen Eagle subdivision, there's the expansion of Snowbowl, there are the commercial lots across the street that haven't been developed, and if those get developed, there'll be even more traffic. But 700 units with 1,400 parking spaces could really add a lot of volume to the traffic. And it's important to analyze that because the zoning criteria specifically talk about transportation and traffic. And the subsection G of the zoning ordinance, 20.85.040G, talks about zoning and whether there's adequate provision of transportation, also schools, parks, and other public requirements. F, whether the zoning considers the effect on motorized and non-motorized transportation systems. So that's why the developer submits traffic reports to try to satisfy those criteria. And the traffic report that was submitted was found to be deficient. And the new one, we haven't had time to review yet. So we would ask for an opportunity to keep the record open. Our consultant tells us he can have a complete report by the 25th of April. When we brought this up with the city council last night, the city council has the land use and planning committee, which is basically a committee of the whole. And they thought they could deal with that delay because they have 2 hearings that are scheduled much later, and those are in May. So they felt they could deal with that. you don't have any other hearings later that are scheduled. And so you either have to decide that you don't care about the accuracy and completeness of the traffic data, or you're going to have to leave the door open for us. Mr. Chairman, how many minutes did I use up on that little
So
set of
yeah,
topics?
you're at 7.5 minutes now.
Ooh, I'm not going to make it through all my stuff. One of the very important things, if you look at the Appendix 1, particularly to the report that I submitted April 11, those are maps created by city planning that show that this location is not a suitable location for high density development. Now, certainly this gravel pit is attractive as a building site for housing. No question about that. The question is not where to build housing, but what to build there. The existing zoning would provide for single family homes, and everybody, I think, in this program agrees that single family homes are desperately needed in this community. So it's not like this land would languish unused. It's a question of what's the better use. I would point out that this land is not any closer to schools, public parks, churches, grocery stores, or places where people work than it was 2 years ago when the rezoning was denied. As noted in Mr. de Grand Prix's report, this land is not in the urban core. It's not part of the focused inward process, even though some people say it might be, but it isn't. This is not part of the urban area. This is in the WUI. This is in the wildland interface. The main concern, I think, is how do you deal with cars filling 1,400 parking lots under any kind of emergency or rush hour situation. The number of traffic accidents at the vicinity of Starbucks and Town Pump has been going up regularly because people can't get out. There's too much traffic, and so they try stupid things to try to beat the traffic, and then you end up with a T-bone collision that blocks the traffic for hours. One of the things that I brought up, it's on page 4 of my memorandum, is I attended a conference on housing that was put on by the City Club of Missoula back in March, and it was well attended. It was moderated by Mr. Nugent, who's now on the city council. Very illuminating. They had some really high quality speakers. One of the speakers was Heather McMillan. I'm sure a lot of you people know her or know of her. She's a real go-getter. She gets projects built. She doesn't just talk about housing, she gets projects done. And she was talking about the need to focus on the focus inward idea where you build new housing, particularly high density housing, close to schools, parks, grocery stores, etc., places that people can either walk to or easily bike to. I don't know if any of you have ever tried to bicycle on Reserve Street, but it's almost an exercise in suicide. It's terrifying. I did it once and said, I'm not doing that again. But anyway, she said, one of the challenges to city planning is that developers find a piece of land somewhere that isn't compliant with the focused inward project. And then they come forward with a plan and they try to pressure the planning office and the people that review the planning applications. They try to pressure them to approve it. And then you end up with a project that isn't close to schools or isn't close to shopping and is completely confounding the purposes of the long-term planning. Aaron Pehan, who works for the city and is, I think, pretty well respected as a person who's very knowledgeable about housing, was lamenting the fact that the city building permit offices are being flooded with applications for multifamily housing, which meets a segment of the housing need in the community. And I would point out that there are a lot of projects like that being built right now. A lot more than there were when we discussed this thing 2 years ago. And she asked the question, how do we incentivize people to build single family homes? Well, the way you do that is you turn down rezoning applications that would authorize high density housing, and you force the owner of that land to either build single family houses or find somebody that will. That's not consistent with Mr. Alt's business plan. I appreciate that, but that's the way this land has been zoned since 1980. And it fits with the community. Single family housing there fits with Prospect, it fits with Cottonwood, it doesn't clash with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and it meets a very, very important public need. Just sort of a little side note, my neighbors across the street put up a for sale sign in their front yard today, and I've never seen so much traffic on this street in my life. All the people looking at that house. There's a huge need for single family housing. Some of the safety issues that tie into the criteria for approval of a rezoning. There are no crosswalks across Reserve Street. There's all kinds of problems with sidewalks and gaps in the trail. There are a lot of things that it's suggested by Mr. de Grand Prix that you don't need to worry about these traffic issues, even though they're part of the mandatory review criteria in the rules that I just read. The idea is we'll solve these problems later when KJA comes in for a building permit. Well, I don't think that KJA is going to widen the Grant Creek Road as a part of a building permit. I don't even know how a building official could force them to do something like that. And that needs to be done. We've asked the city Public Works people to come do a traffic study on Grant Creek Road. They agree that one should be done if you look at Appendix 5 to my report, but they don't have the money. So nothing's going to get studied other than they did do the traffic count. Nothing's going to get built on Grant Creek Road to solve some of these safety issues, even with all of these new demands. I think maybe some other people might point this out, but that land use map that Mr. de Grand Prix referred to and Mr. Woith referred to has a disclaimer on it that says this doesn't control, it's not a zoning document, and this is to be interpreted in consideration of all of the other growth policy statements. And included in, can I do a quick
I am sorry, sir. You have reached your 15
I
minutes.
have.
I apologize.
It just didn't seem like it. All right. Well, let me just finish real quickly. The city planning people, I'm just going to hold this up so you believe that it exists. Our Missoula Development Guide contains a number of maps that show all of the reasons why putting high density development in a place this far from services is a bad idea. And they point out this is our Missoula Development Guide. There's also the 5-year review plan that was just done, and that's discussed in my memo that says this is not a suitable location for obvious reasons for high density development. The question was asked about whether somebody could build a grocery store across the street. I think if somebody thought there was a good idea to put a grocery store on the far side of I-90, they probably would have done it already. So anyway, I tried to cram a lot into 15 minutes. And I do thank you for your attention. I know this kind of work is time consuming. I've served on boards like this. Appreciate your attention, appreciate your hard work for the community.
Outstanding. Thank you, RT. We appreciate you taking the time to give us your thoughts and presentation today. And, I'd like to assure you that we read through as much as we humanly can. So I definitely read through your April 11th and all the things submitted by the Friends of the Grant Creek. I didn't quite get through all the public comment, but pretty dang close. So definitely appreciate your taking the time to be here today.
Thank you.
So now I believe we have Mr. Cole, Mike Cole, who wants to do a little presentation on fire hazards and the WUI, the urban interface, wildland urban interface, I believe.
Yes. Is my volume okay for everybody?
Yeah, you're coming across
Yeah.
good for me.
Okay, let me share my screen here real quick.
And just a reminder for you, Mike, I'll set my timer there and you got 15 minutes, please.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. Thank you for the opportunity to comment first. I'm the project leader for the Grant Creek Wildfire Risk Task Force. I hope you had time to read the 3 documents our task force provided over the past 3 years concerning climate change, associated wildfire and evacuation hazards related to the proposed development. So I'm going to be rather blunt in some of my statements, but I will be honest in my analysis of the staff report. So what you're looking at right now is the last 20 years encroachment of large fires into
Mike, I hate
Missoula
to interrupt.
area.
We're not seeing your screen. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're not?
No, sir.
Okay. Maybe I had the same problem here. How about now?
No, not yet. There you go. Now you're coming
Okay,
across.
now I'm up. Good enough. All right, so one thing about the information we've been providing those reports is that's not been challenged. None of our research or findings, including in the developer's wildfire risk analysis. But the staff report did not reference any of it, including information provided by City Planning Department, City Fire Department, Missoula County, State of Montana, and the Forest Service. That's all documentation that identifies Grant Creek as a priority area of significant problems in regard to wildland urban interface, ingress and egress during a wildfire event, and associated fuel hazards up here. So that report is amazingly silent on our 3 years of research information specific to this development. We spent a lot of days gathering information and data to explain why increasing density in the wildland urban interface is not a good idea. So what I'm going to come up with now are some obvious shortcomings in the staff report that we believe are the case. That diagram up there is last 20 years of fires, and the Grant Creek area is right here, and some of these fire sizes would easily fill the entire drainage. That's how fire is changing. So also, if you take a 360-degree view of Prospect Common area, all you're going to see is pretty much grasslands. And that's also the same area that's behind the development here that's being proposed. So let's look at some of the review criteria. Number 16, 17, and number 25, 3 times the property has statements similar to contains existing multi-dwelling structures. Well, of course it does, because that's because the 2020 rezone request was denied and 3-story apartment buildings were already allowed to by existing zoning. So this is a really absurd argument to make in support of the rezone in the wildland urban interface. See, review criteria 17, 4-story buildings make elevators more affordable and accessible units on all floors. So it also makes evacuation more difficult during fires if elevators are shut down. You have to get multiple persons with disabilities down stairwells. That's not a good rationale in the wildland urban interface. And to our understanding, there's also there is a ladder truck at the closest fire station. There's not enough staffing if the other engine goes on call first. So as a result, a ladder truck to respond all the way from station 3 takes time. And overall, it appears the city is short of staffing in the fire department when you're considering 4-story buildings. The traffic impact study, quite a few times it talks about full build out while not creating additional roadway capacity problems in this area. So I think RT pretty well covered why we need to see that based on 3 times it's been sent back to be fixed. So we have ample reason to question the quality of the analysis and the data concerns. That's why a traffic consultant was hired for Friends of Grant Creek. The other thing we looked at was the most hazardous time of the year in the wildland urban interface is wildfire and tourist season. So why is everybody afraid of collecting data during the traffic period? So the developers had a year and a half to look at that time period and get some traffic counts and has not done it. So the full build out includes a lot of areas that have approved zoning or approved plans that are not yet constructed. So where's that traffic going to go? Number 22, ensuring an adequate supply of affordable housing, maintain quality labor pool. That this developer described early on, whatever the market will bears, what the prices will be. So that won't be available to meet the school. This is the goal you're looking at, but only increased density in the wildland urban interface. Number 24, creates a range of housing development for the workforce. This eliminates single family ownership and increases density once again. Number 25, discourage encroachment in the wildland urban interface. This is the only place where that term is even brought up, except it simply states the site is located within the WUI. Now there's some reference to it in the risk analysis submitted. We've provided 23 pages of research that could have been used to respond to this item as far as what the concerns are, and it was not. So I think we need to do a reality check and on what's going on in the wildland urban interface. So this is Boulder County, Colorado, December 30th, 2021. That's a grass fire, by the way, burning into the community, which burned over 6,000 acres, destroyed over 1,000 structures, including businesses in the urban center, and was the most expensive fire in Colorado history. Here's what this looks like in comparison to Prospect. This was March 27th. You can see in the distance there the new apartment buildings. You can also see on the right that this development adjoins the same type of grasslands, flashy fuels. So this is March of last year. So this is what the grassland urban interface looks like in the area where the development is at. Compare it with Superior. These are the results of the fire by December 30th in the Boulder County, Colorado. And in Prospect, you're looking at the same type of development. You notice that all the deciduous trees burned in the Colorado fire, a lot of the same type of habitat, fire regimes. And right down below us is where the new development is being proposed, and off in the distance are the apartment buildings. So once again, this is what we live with all the time up here. So then the question comes on item number 37, it says must comply with the International Fire Code through building permit process. And I'm going to guess the apartments and hotels in Boulder County, Colorado that burned in last December's grass fire, I'm betting they used those fire codes and they were followed when those structures were built. So the same type of grassland fuel hazard is adjacent to the proposed development. That's why it's called the WUI. It's all about fire size, wind speed, and ember showers. That's what's going to take your property out. It doesn't matter if you've gone through the process of trying to eliminate problems during construction. So some size comparisons for kind of a gut check about what we're dealing with large fire sizes now. 100,000 acre fires are no longer exceptional events. Those are the sizes. City of Missoula compared to recent fires, large fires, in comparison with Missoula County acreage. So we talk about the risk analysis provided by the developer characterizes wildland risk within the development as negligible. There is no negligible category in any wildland urban interface risk analysis we've ever seen. And now then, one of the important parts, the statement of Fire Chief Gordy Hughes looks like has been cherry picked for this proposal. So if you go to page 11, you'll see his entire statement, but I'll summarize some of his statements that are specific to wildland urban interface that were left out of item number 39. So number one, wildfire is inevitable. Item two, virtually no area in and especially around the city of Missoula is immune. Number three, citizens are placed at risk of property damage and physical injury or death. Item four, the easiest solution to this dilemma would be to restrict development. You have the ability to do that here with going with the existing zoning. That's my statement. His next statement is, however, this is not feasible. So we make adjustments or perhaps turn a blind eye and do nothing at all. That's his statement. My statement is you have the means and opportunity to restrict development here. Absolutely. So then Fire Chief goes on to discuss what he terms the next best option. That's in parentheses, next best option, evacuation. So in how many development proposals within the city limits of Missoula has evacuation been identified as the next best option? So now I want to put his statements in some context. First of all, you have a quality fire and police departments in the city. But as far as development in the WUI, you place them in untenable situations. And how do I know this? From 50 years of experience working as all the way from an EMT to a firefighter, to teams, to a federally credentialed law enforcement officer, all these with experience in active wildfires. So I know how these people think. So fire and police agencies run towards problems. They won't tell you they can't do something until they actually can't. That's how they operate, and that's what the public expects. So for example, SWAT teams do not exist to make routine traffic stops. Incident management teams do not exist to deal with a shed on fire in someone's backyard. We don't train on best case scenarios in emergency response. The evacuation plan identified in the developer's risk analysis uses a best case scenario based solely on an idea. So what happens when things go wrong is called an incident within an incident. Go back to this for a second. So, or an IWI. Sometimes multiple IWIs occur on a situation. So evacuation, car accidents, and fatalities can all occur at the same time. So they can't be predicted, but how you make a decision to approve or not approve a development proposal in the WUI can significantly affect what your fire police departments will be expected to do or even capable of doing. So this is an example in this picture of, yeah, that was last November. So what are some things that go wrong? High winds. You can't fly helicopters with buckets in high winds. You can't disperse retardant out of a plane because the wind will disperse it wherever it wants to. Lack of resources. We live in an area of the country where we're the last to get resources because our fire season starts the latest. Traffic accidents, if the road is cut off. So those are incidents within incidents, especially traffic accidents, fatalities, and lack of resources often, and evacuations in particular. Here's a summary of the traffic accidents RT was talking about in the last 3 years. You notice in 2021, there were 5 accident injury accidents and also the most accidents. The trend is going up even with the road improvements at I-90. So for instance, we're talking about we need traffic counts for the main and most dangerous season of the year, which is July 1st to September 10th, the main fire season in the Northern Rockies. So why weren't traffic counts done in August of last year? This is what was going on 4 days apart. Traffic accidents at Starbucks. A car coming off the freeway exit westbound, smashing into an ambulance on a run to another accident between Stonebridge Road and Prospect in that narrow part of the canyon. So do things happen like this? You notice the clouds on the left-hand side, those are typical of thunder clouds that create lightning in this area that time of year. So do we have all of these issues come together in this area of Grant Creek? Yes, and there's proof positive of that. So Chief Hughes is not telling you his department can or won't respond. He's informing you of what kinds of issues might occur in the WUI during an ongoing wildfire, but more importantly, how they becomes more complex as housing density increases there. That is a good fire chief you have in this town, and I'm happy that he's here. But in neither the fire chief's narrative or the developer's risk analysis is there any mention that increased density in the WUI is a good thing. And all of our research is pretty specific that it is not. Even with the current zoning that Grant Creek residents support, the wildfire evacuation risk for all residents would increase due to more people and more traffic. There's no mention of climate change, its influence on fire behavior, and its potential impact on increased risk to the WUI in either the developer's risk analysis or the staff report. But I'm betting all the fire departments in this valley are paying attention to it. Both Chief Hughes' statement and the developer's risk analysis were prepared before December 2021. And that's when the devastating grass fires in Denton and Great Falls, Montana, Boulder County, Colorado occurred. And the same type of flash fuel is in that environment adjoins the development.
Hey, Mike, I want to let you know that you've reached your 15 minutes there. If you could try.
Yeah, I'm just about done here. So a couple of short things. So in the third fire letter we put out this year, there's a term called moral hazard used by economists to describe a situation where people are less inclined to adequately prepare for disaster because they feel they're insulated from the consequences. But that's not going to happen because fire risk is just increasing worldwide and in the Northern Rockies in particular. So that same term, if you apply it to decisions made by elected officials, makes you stop and think. So you want to increase development within the WUI to provide more housing and increase tax revenues. And on the flip side of that, if structures burn down on the ground, policymakers don't have to pay the bill. It comes out of taxpayers' pockets. So what you're looking here with increased development in this particular project is short-term gain, but not taking into consideration long-term consequences. And I can tell you from our experience on the task force, from our years of time, long-term impacts are psychological, financial, and community-wide, not just on residents, but on firefighters and first responders. The last thing I want to talk to you about is using the term typical as found in the developer's risk analysis to discuss fire weather conditions implies business as usual. And we're not in business as usual anymore, and we haven't been for quite some time. Modifying the home ignition zone, which is the developer's analysis really focuses on, is not a guarantee that any building will survive wildfires, as you've seen in those fires in Colorado and in Montana. So if you approve this rezone, it'll look like you're doing business as usual, which is equivalent of Chief Hughes' comment of turning a blind eye to the increased risk to Grant Creek residents, not just the ones that are there, but including any new apartment dwellers. So I believe that your planning board needs to maintain their credibility by having all the facts available to make an informed decision. You can't operate in a knowledge vacuum in the wildland urban interface. So this is one area where every decision affects every resident, regardless of political jurisdiction. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Mike. Appreciate the presentation there. And so I'm gonna just put it out there. Are there any questions for board members? Anything that you guys have for Dave in particular with those presentations, or back to KJA? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't see his name now. Spencer. Sorry, Spencer. You went way down on the bottom of my list. I couldn't see your name. Are there any questions from board members at this time? And if not, I will go ahead and open up the public comment period of our meeting tonight. And while I'm waiting to see if any of the board members have any questions, I just want to remind folks for the public comment period, we will go ahead and go through the stuff to outreach and whatnot. And also just a reminder to be respectful and polite. Everybody here is volunteering their time, or almost everybody on the board. I think maybe 1 or 2 staff members get paid for this, but the rest of us are volunteers, and we're all trying to do our best. So we like to ask for respect of everybody, including our fellow citizens who may be commenting in a different point of view from yours. And so we do have one question I see from a board member, so we're going to take that and then we'll move on to public comment. Go ahead, Josh.
Thanks, Sean. This question, I believe, is for the last presenter. I think that's Mike Cole. If the property was developed to its approved density under existing zoning, is there a way to quantify how much less risky the wildfire issue would be versus the proposed zoning?
How much less? You would have less traffic, you would have less residents. So in the event of a wildfire, you're going to have, it's not going to be easy, but you're still going to have less people you have to move out.
But can you quantify, is there a way to quantify that risk factor?
Can I quantify the risk factor?
I mean, is it simply a function of the quantity of cars and the quantity of residents?
No, it's also the function of increasing wildfire risk to every place that's in the wildland urban interface. And that's pretty obvious. I hope you received copies of those 3 letters electronically so you could hit those links and actually look at some of that research that's been done. Some of it's been done by University of Montana faculty. So it's not looking at other areas of the country as much as it is. We look for research that was specific to this part of the Northern Rockies and Montana in particular.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is how much riskier is it if 700 units go in that development envelope versus 498?
Well, like I said, the more cars and the more people you add, the more problems you're going to have. And it's not, we always look at what's going on in the entire drainage, not just here. So you have bluebird development going in where you're inviting more use from 4 different neighborhoods to come and use that. That says that specifically in your plan. You have an undeveloped subdivision that the county has up in Glen Eagle. You have vacant lots in existing subdivisions. You have a plan for Snowball to increase the size of their parking lot up there by 30 more vehicles while they take down a building, put it in another location and add to that. You have a plan up there for increased summer activity that's been approved by the Forest Service. And that's during the period of the highest fire season. If you just look at one project at a time, it doesn't look like a big deal. But when you incrementally add multiple projects and try to get them all out of the same location because there's no other exit out for most of them, then you have a big problem. So, and like I said, the evacuation plan they're talking about that's in the risk analysis the developer provided is nothing that's ever been tried. It's an idea. You have to practice these things. And in the fire world, when you go to training for different levels of firefighting, you don't have just a 1 or 2 hour training. You have sometimes week-long trainings that only deal with multiple types of incidents and what you have to do for evacuations and all the problems that can come up from that. So it's real easy to say, well, we're only going to put, say, a couple hundred more units in over and above the existing zoning. That's easy to say, but when it comes time to have to move those people out, are they disabled? Do you have multiple disabled people in one house? Do you have to get them down an elevator? Are kids at home alone because they're old enough to stay home alone, but their parents are off working and you have to find those kids and find out where they're at? And this evacuations are not simple. That's why we do not learn how to do evacuations in easy case scenarios. That never, ever happens. Otherwise, you'd never be able to do it. And every one of these we go to is cross your fingers and hope it's lucky, because sometimes it's not. And with what's been going on the last 20 years with fire behavior and intensity and speed, and climate change has actually increased wind speeds on fires. That's a known fact. We don't have as much time anymore as we used to. So we have to adapt to how big do our safety zones have to be big? They have to be bigger. Where are our escape routes? We have to have more of them. And we already know at this point in time what the humidity, temperature, and winds are. And we have to pull people off the lines and wait until the wind dies down because it's too dangerous. I don't know that local jurisdictions are planning like that for reduced amount of time to evacuate people. Because you're talking about a lot of factors that go into this, and we don't have that.
Great, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that response. Is there any other questions from board members at this time? RT, I see your hand up there, but I've got folks waiting to make public comment, and I really don't want this meeting to be dominated by you and Mike there. So if you
Understood. I have a very brief comment.
Okay, thank you.
Treated in my memo, and Mr. de Grand Prix mentioned this, that there are other site constraints affecting these properties. They probably can build about 200 apartment units on the south parcel, which they could do under existing zoning. And the number of houses that could actually be squeezed into the north parcel with the big pipeline easement that goes through there and so forth is probably closer to 125. So that means we're probably looking at more like 325 units instead of 495. I'm not sure Mr. de Grand Prix would disagree with that. And with that, I'll shut up. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping it brief. I appreciate that, RT. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything else from board members at this time. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the public comment period. And just to remind everybody, as we're making public comments, and I see hands going up there, that I'm going to set a timer for 3 minutes. Ideally, you'll hear my wristwatch go off to try and give you like a non-verbal signal that you've reached your time limit. Would also just try and remind folks that if the presenters tonight for the Grant Creek Friends has relayed the comments that you want to make, if you could reaffirm that you agree with them and leave it at that, that would be outstanding. It's very helpful for us to get more public comment in if you can just reaffirm and not rehash out all the same points over and over and over again. I think that's all the things. There was something else I was supposed to remember, but I'm going to go ahead and read out how folks can chime in and call in and the webinar ID and all that again before I open it up and start calling on folks. And I will create a list and call on you in the order that I see your hands go up. Heather, if you could please put up that slide that helps folks call in and is all the information for joining the meeting, that would be helpful. So again, for the folks joining us tonight, whether you're watching web stream, live or on demand, YouTube, Spectrum Cable Channel 190. If you're watching on any of those platforms and you need to call in to make your comment, there are two numbers that you can do. The first number is for cell phone users, and this number is 1-213-338-8477. And for landline users, that number is 1-888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 842-9399-6424. And the password is 999636. Again, the password is 999636. And you can press *9 to raise and lower your hand and *6 to mute and unmute yourself. And also a reminder that if you are watching on a television or whatever device you may be watching on and you call in via phone, please mute the device that you are watching the meeting on, because we will hear your device come through your phone and then we get a feedback loop, and that causes a little bit of interruption in your comment. And with that, we will.
John, we've been at this almost 2 hours. Are we going to have a break fairly soon?
Yes, we can take a break fairly soon. Can you hang out? I was hoping to get through some public comment first. Can you? Is everybody good, or do we board members need to go now? It's like, I think, okay. I'm not seeing anybody. We're gonna keep moving forward for a little bit longer. We'll say 7:30. We'll take a break, okay? Okay.
I'm at 8 o'clock now.
Oh, I'm sorry. 8:30. My apologies. I just looked at the 7 and was like, all right. Anyway, 8:30. And with that, I'm going to call on Aaron Nielsen's the first person I have on my list. So Aaron, staff will unmute you, and ideally you should be able to talk now. So go ahead and make your comment, and please say your name for the record, your full name.
All right, my name's Aaron Nielsen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your time tonight. I am an attorney here in town. I represent the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, so I'm speaking on its behalf. Just a couple reminders. One, the burden of proof here is on the developer, KJA Development. Section 20.85.030 clarifies that they have the burden to prove that their rezone complies with all the review and approval criteria as shown in subsection G. I'm not going to go through all of those. Some of the main ones that we've hit on tonight have to do with whether the zoning is made in accordance with the growth policy. Mr. de Grand Prix focused a lot on the city's 2035 growth policy, and for good reason. Couple points. That policy does have a focus inward approach, but it specifically is for the urban core, which this is not. And a portion of Mr. de Grand Prix's staff report suggests that this growth policy supersedes the 1980 Grant Creek Area Plan. But I would respectfully state that that is not the case. And there's a section of the 2035 growth policy that says this, and I quote, "Neighborhood plans, like the one here for the Grant Creek, are adopted as amendments to the growth policy, but address matters at a much finer geographic scale." So the point being is that the Grant Creek plan is more specific to this geographic pocket of Missoula. And so we need to pay close attention to what it says. Some of the main goals and objectives that are clarified there, and these are also things that I would quote, are to provide two routes into the Grant Creek Valley, to provide an alternative emergency route out of the valley in the event of wildfire, to establish site development standards to minimize wildfire dangers, to encourage alternate transportation modes such as bus service, and to preserve open space. It even says that as Grant Creek develops, Lower Grant Creek Road at the I-90 intersection will become a bottleneck. There have been some improvements made over the last year, but I would reiterate what R.T. Cox and Mike Cole stated. I think it's still a very substantial risk. And so you look at these factors, whether it complies with the growth policy. I would submit that it does not. Whether the zoning is designated to secure safety from fire and other dangers. Based on Mr. Cole's qualified remarks, I would say that it does not. The same in relation to public safety and the general welfare. Whether the zoning facilitates adequate provision of transportation, we do not believe it does, but because we haven't had enough time to submit, or I guess have our expert submit his report, we would ask the planning board either deny or postpone its determination tonight so that we have adequate time to evaluate and comment on that issue. One is whether the zoning considers the character of the district and its peculiar suitability for a particular use. And here, it's a unique area with one road in and out. And even the 1980 Grant Creek Area Plan kind of relates this to the Rattlesnake, which has 2 access roads, and Grant Creek has only 1. And so it's exacerbated even further. And if, as one of those visuals that Mike showed, imagine one of those forest fires is coming from the Rattlesnake Wilderness, and people in both Rattlesnake and Grant Creek are having to exit onto one of the main exit points being I-90. That could very easily bottleneck even worse and make this a bigger issue. So lastly, I just like to make a couple points about the development agreement. I do a lot of contracts. I think it's ambiguous in quite a few respects. One, if you look at the definition of dwelling unit, it says there can be no more than 700, but it defines a dwelling unit very ambiguously as, quote, a studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, etc. apartment or unit. So it isn't clear as to what exactly a unit is and the number of units, because the more livable units there are, as Mike pointed out, the higher the risk can be. There's no attorney fee provision in it. So if the city is required to enforce it, it would be doing so on its dime. And lastly, there's nothing in it regarding sidewalks, traffic infrastructure improvements, the use of fire-resistant building materials, or public transportation. And those are all important things that maybe while some of them could be dealt with at the permit stage, I think they need to be considered now. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Aaron. Appreciate you taking the time to attend the meeting and voice your comments tonight. And with that, I'm going to open it up for Wen Beardsley is the next person that I have on my list. And Wen, it looks like staff has opened it up, so go ahead and make your comment and please state your full name.
Okay, Sean, thank you. This is Wendell Beardsley. I'm speaking for the Grant Creek Trails Association this evening. Sorry for that inadvertent hand up earlier, Sean. Thanks for handling that for me. Our association is primarily interested in ensuring that the development at Expo Parkway will incorporate connectivity to the 3-mile-long paved Grant Creek Trail in our valley and possible future trail additions. Our letter, which is part of the public record, somewhere around page 240 or 340, I'm not sure, 345 in your public comments, details a number of requirements we'd like to see in the development agreement if and when that is ever approved. Those requirements were also supported by City Public Works and by the City Parks and Recreation Departments. We would like to briefly review those in case you haven't been able to read all the detail. Public Works and Mobility will recommend additional non-motorized connections, especially across the center of the development, and to continue those facilities across parking areas connecting Stonebridge and widen the existing eastern sidewalk or widen the eastern sidewalk to allow for both bicycle and pedestrian use. City Parks and Recreation says the development will be served by the Grant Creek Trail. However, there are no existing sidewalks or trails that connect the development parcel. In addition, there is a missing gap in the Grant Creek Trail that is located between Stonebridge Drive and Expo Parkway. Recommended conditions to add to the development agreement to build a 10-foot wide paved public trail and grant a 14-foot wide easement over it to provide for future public trail connection from the development to the Grant Creek Trail spur located northeast of the property, and so on. Extend new sidewalks from the development property east and off-site to connect to existing sidewalks on both Expo Parkway and Stonebridge Drive. The Grant Creek Trails Association therefore would like to see a requirement for a 10-foot wide paved trail on a 14-foot permanent public easement in accord with the City of Missoula trail specifications, rather than a 5-foot wide concrete sidewalk on a revocable public use license. Furthermore, giving additional need for full connectivity to the Grant Creek Trail to the city's existing trail system south of Interstate 90, ensure that the City of Missoula use impact fees generated by Grant Creek Village to replace or provide an alternative for the unmaintained 5-foot wide paved city path between the Cottonwood condominiums and Grant Creek from Stonebridge Drive to Expo Parkway. Lastly, require installation of crosswalk signs on each side of Grant Creek Road at the intersections of Stonebridge Drive and Expo Parkway when 150 units rather than 193 have been permitted at Grant Creek Village. In the interest of public safety, pedestrian crossings need to be provided as soon as possible. Thank you all for your time, and thank you very much for your service on the board. I serve on 3 volunteer citizen committee boards, so I know how much we appreciate the time that you all have invested in this very important work. Thanks a lot.
Outstanding. Thank you, Wendell. Appreciate your time and being here and making your comments tonight, and also recognizing that there's a lot of work that comes with volunteering on boards. And so that brings us to Grant Parker. Grant, you're the next person on my list, and go ahead and make your comments, please. And just a reminder, 3 minutes and I'll be setting my timer. Everybody's doing great though. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, members of the public. My name is Grant Parker. I'm general counsel with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Aaron Nielsen, who has talked before, he's our outside counsel. Just wanted to try to paint a picture of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation's interest in this. We're obviously a neighbor to the proposed development. We bought the property, moved into Grant Creek. I think we bought the property about 20 years ago, and we relied on the existing zoning and the character of the neighborhood at the time for moving in there. Since then, we've had increased security and safety concerns and issues. We've had vandalism, trespass, a number of things. And the proposed rezone would add a whole lot more people, and we'll talk about what that means later on. And we think would cause significant security and safety risks to our property and our people, our members, our employees, the members of the public. Over 40,000 of them in non-COVID times come to our visitor center. And we think that adding the number of units that this rezone would do would incredibly exacerbate security and safety issues. Would like to point out that our city planner stated that the development agreement doesn't weigh and should not weigh on the rezone consideration. But what this board and city council would need to review is really what is the impact of the rezone? And Mr. Grandpuy said, cited the 459 unit development potential. He said we should take that with a grain of salt. Then he talked about the proposed rezone, which he said this committee is supposed to be considering, this board is supposed to be considering at 1,185. And he said that's definitely not realistic. And as Aaron Nielsen pointed out, the burden of proof is on the developer. And this board and the developer have not presented a clear statement of what the rezone really would mean. I would thank Ms. Schroeder for the questions about what the rezone would mean for fire safety. There's other safety concerns. One matter I'd like to point out is the levee, which is the city of Missoula is responsible for maintaining, is the reason that a significant part of the grounds to the west of Grant Creek can be developed. The city has not been maintaining that levee. If that levee fails, there could be flood risks. That has not been addressed as part of this process. And I think that's a significant deficiency in it. But back to the question of burden of proof and the rezone. The city should really have a good idea of what the development potential, when you take into effect all the hillsides, the Yellowstone pipeline, the parking units. If, as RT Cox said, it's 350 units, then you should definitely know what that is. And then, according to what Mr. DeGrandpré said, you need to compare that with not the development agreement. And RT and others have talked about the legal deficiencies of the development agreement and the questions about it. But if you're going to be looking at this without the development agreement, which both the city planner and the developer have harped on and said that there's a contract and the mayor is going to sign it and it's a condition of what's going to be done, you're boxing yourself into a situation where you really don't know what the impacts are. The developer is supposed to demonstrate with a preponderance of evidence, and it's his responsibility to show what those are. Without knowing what the pre-development and the post rezone numbers are, you're not going to be able to make a decision. So we'd urge you to wait until you have those numbers, as well as the traffic information and other stuff that is not prepared. And I have to comment that after this committee and the city council turned this down 2 years ago, there's been lots of time to develop this information, and it's kind of sad that you still don't have it. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you, Grant. We appreciate you taking the time to add your comments tonight. And that is going to bring us to Bert Lindler, excuse me. Bert Lindler, you're the next person I have on my list. Please state your name, and looks like you need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you. Members of the planning board and the public, I am Bert Lindler, Lindler, a resident of the Prospect Meadows neighborhood in Lower Grant Creek. I am testifying tonight because the 230 families living in the Prospect and Prospect Meadows neighborhoods have only one way out, across a bridge over Grant Creek. A flood in 2011 damaged the bridge, which had to be closed for 5 days during the fall of 2012 when the bridge was being repaired. Fortunately, the city owns a road stub between two homes on Old Quarry Road in our neighborhood. The road stub connects to adjoining lands owned by the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Thanks to the cooperation of the Elk Foundation, the city Public Works Department was able to lay a temporary gravel road connecting Old Quarry Road to Stonebridge Road, where there is a bridge over Grant Creek. For 5 days, all vehicular traffic in and out of our neighborhoods was over that temporary road. If Grant Creek Village is developed as indicated in the site plan, the western road serving the townhomes will pass within a few feet of the boundary of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation's property. The map on page 331 of your meeting packet shows that emergency access egress request. An emergency access egress easement at the point shown would offer a way out for Prospect and Prospect Meadows residents if the bridge fails for whatever reason. It could also benefit our neighbors to the north if our bridge was intact and Grant Creek Road was blocked by a landslide or vehicular accidents during an evacuation. It would also offer the city fire department another way into Grant Creek Village if other accesses were blocked for whatever reason. Emergency access egress may never be needed, but now is the time for the city and the developer to provide for public safety. I ask that the development agreement be amended to provide this access. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Bert. We appreciate your comment and for taking the time to be here tonight. Let's see. The next person on my list, oh, I'm gonna have to apologize. So I forgot to mention, sometimes if you're calling in, all I get is part of your phone number. So the next individual that I'm gonna call in is gonna be just a phone number. Before I do that, I'm gonna ask Grant, if you can hear me, could you take your hand down? I think *9, hopefully. Great, awesome. Thank you, Grant, appreciate that. So individual with the last number 241, I can primarily see your last 3 digits of your phone number and the area code 630241. Please state your name for the record and go ahead and make your comment. You have about 3 minutes. You're still muted, it looks like. *6 for mute, I hope. Caller with the phone number of, oh, no, they went away. Dang it. Well, that was the bottom of the list. But I think what we'll do, since that's the last person with their hand raised, in case they had a malfunction, I'm going to go ahead and we will pause public comment for a moment and we will take a 10-11 minute break here, give board members and anybody else that may need it, staff or other members, to go to the bathroom and get a drink of water, maybe a snack or whatever you may need. I'm gonna go check on my kids. And so we will come back at the bottom of the hour at 8:30 and resume our meeting. Grant, I did see your hand go up there, but we're gonna first go ahead and take this little break. And then when I get back, we can see where we're at as far as public comment. So go ahead and take a break, folks, and we'll be back in at 8:30.
My screen said that the host asked me to unmute. I did so, but I suspect that's an error. I'm going to mute myself.
Okay. Heather, I really liked that that sign you put up there saying we're in recess. That's the first time we've done that. I think that was a great idea. Thanks for doing that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It is now 8:30. And we will go ahead and continue with our public comment portion of this meeting. We do have one new hand up, and I'll go ahead and call on Grant here. Grant, you got your hand up. Is there something you wanted to say quickly, or go ahead and unmute yourself if you've got a very brief comment. Otherwise, I would ask that you lower your hand once again. Maybe Grant's not back with us yet. I don't know if anybody else was out running around closing up greenhouses, but I was. Temperature's dropping. We're supposed to get a frost a little bit tonight. Maybe the public doesn't know I run a small farm, so I was dealing with greenhouses and checking on the kids. Oh, dang it. We had another person who was in the queue and their number was up, but they've dropped out again. Grant, I'm going to give you one more opportunity to unmute yourself. Grant Parker with RMEF, I believe. Oh, Grant pulled his hand down again. So maybe a miskey there. Dang. I'm going to give it just a minute here to see if the individual that was calling in, it was a 406 number. I'm sorry I didn't write down the number, but we'll give just a minute here to see if there's any more public comment for tonight. Thank you, Heather, for putting that up. And if not, and in that meantime, just remind board members when we close out the public comment period, if you don't have any more questions or anything for staff, Dave, then let's go ahead and get a motion on the floor so that we can go ahead and start discussing this amongst ourselves. Go ahead, Toom. Oh, Toom took his hand down, I believe.
Sorry, I meant to unmute.
Go right ahead, Toom.
So I had a question for staff. So a lot of the concerns that are raised are on traffic and public safety. Does staff have any insights into what is possible with respect to traffic mitigation, widening the road, other opportunities for changing the traffic or increasing the capacity of Great Creek Road?
Yes, a couple of ideas. So from just kind of an internal review of the traffic impact study, I've had, excuse me, some conversations with traffic engineers that work for the city of Missoula. And as has been stated and is indicated in the staff report, the TIS traffic impact study that was submitted with the application was found to contain some errors and other problems, I suppose. And so they requested some changes and for the developer's traffic engineer to address those. So we don't have a final, TIS that's been approved by the city, but I guess to get to the heart of your question, I think one of the issues that may happen is with the additional traffic, if full build out occurs, you'd see right now there are 3 southbound lanes headed toward the interchange. You've got a right turn lane that goes to the westbound Interstate 90. You've got a center through lane that goes all the way through to Reserve. And you've got a left lane that goes under the overpass and then allows a person to get eastbound on Interstate 90. The issue is with more cars coming, the right turn lane is pretty short. I think it's only about 170 feet. And so that wouldn't allow enough vehicles to get into the right turn lane. So what happens is the people going, the center turn lane would be clogged. And so it would back up further. So I think one thing that could help is to widen and lengthen the right turn lane. Now, I don't know the geometry. I don't know the widths. I don't know, you have Grant Creek there as well. I know it could be, just based on, I'm not a traffic engineer, but based on my visual observation, I think it could be lengthened some distance. How long, I don't know. How many more vehicles that could accommodate, I can't tell you right now. But that's certainly an option, I think, and that would alleviate some of the traffic issues. Another one is about pedestrians. And so right now there are no crosswalks across Grant Creek Road from this area to get to, the convenience store, to get to Mackenzie River or Starbucks or the future trailhead and that sort of thing. So I could definitely see a crosswalk and maybe a flashing beacon or something like that across Grant Creek Road at Stonebridge Drive. And so those are the two items of discussion we've had internally at the staff level so far. But other than that, I don't have any particular answers for you other than those two right now.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dave. I'm trying to change my lighting a little bit. And Josh, if you can hang on, I'm gonna go ahead and the individual with the 406 number called in. So we're gonna try and close out the public comment portion of this. See if I can work on that in a second. Just trying to get my lighting a little better.
Hi.
Hi, can you please state your name?
Can you hear me? This is Kim Burke, and I've been a Grant Creek resident since 1986. And my major concern with all of this increase in density is the public safety and the fire evacuations. In the time I've lived on Keegan Trail, I've seen the aerial retardant bombers 3 times dropping on fires in Grant Creek. And there have been 4 other fires within a short bike ride from my house, but it's getting more intense every year. And the last thing anyone wants to see is people dying in their cars trying to get out of Grant Creek. We don't want to be national news. But what I really wanted to say right now is that the zoning that is being requested right now is not the original zoning. And the zoning that we're calling the current zoning is Title 20 zoning. But the original zoning process happened in 1989 when Dennis Washington and Jensen and Sons wanted to get some zoning on their property. And that was a really well-attended and a lot of public participation in that process. And there was a lot of back and forth, and the end result was that the buffer zone of single-family homes was zoned R1 next to Prospect, and the bulk of the rest of the property was zoned R4, which those designations don't exist anymore. But the R4 zoning was actually much less dense than the current RM135 zoning. And R4 would only have allowed 2-story buildings with a 30-foot height, very similar to Cottonwoods. So it was a completely different vision for the property in those days. And I'm not sure when the zoning changed to the RM135. It was still R4 in 1999. And I don't know if it was a request or if it was just the Title 20 zoning where they had a table that showed R4 was becoming RM135, even though there were lesser density zonings that would have been more equal transfer. So what the current rezoning request is asking for is 43 units per acre, which is higher than high density. It's the highest of the high density. And it seems that it's kind of a change from the vision that has been in place on that property since at least 1989. And I hate to see that kind of thing happening in addition to the safety issues. So I do appreciate all the time that you folks are putting in on this, and I hope you have had time to read all of the words and pages and papers that have been handed to you. And good luck making your decision. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Kim. Appreciate you taking the time to make a comment tonight. And as of now, so Kim, I'm going to try and ask you. There you go. Great job. Thank you for muting yourself. And if you can, lower your hand, *9, I believe. And with that, I am not seeing anyone else.
We have Bob Abelin.
Yes, thank you, Rick. I did see that they are in a little different section. So Bob Abilene, you're in the panelist section. Do you have a public comment, or I'm not quite sure who you're associated with. Are you with us, a member of KJA, or go ahead and unmute yourself and we'll see if we can decipher where to place you in the comments here.
Okay, pardon me, I was unmuting myself there. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I think, yes, no, I guess I did want to address some of the comments that were made by the public, but I wasn't sure if we were going to be doing that under this section, or if we wanted to wait on that, but I wanted to try to get into some comment responses if that's appropriate now, but otherwise I can wait.
I think I could give you an opportunity to do that here in just a second. I'm going to go ahead before we, and Bob, are you with KJA Development? Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, well, I'm representing KJA. I'm with my Abilene Traffic Services.
Okay, great. So I think we'd be happy to hear from you, but before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and close out the public comment portion of the meeting. I have not seen anybody raise their hand since trying to clarify Bob's position. So with that, folks, I'm going to close the public comment period, and we will go ahead and give Bob an opportunity to respond to a few of the issues. If at all possible, please keep it as brief as you can, Bob, and then board members will get to your questions. I see you, Josh and Ellie there. We'll get to questions you might have. Go ahead, Bob, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Sean. I'll try to keep this reasonably brief. I know that there have been a lot of traffic comments and questions about the data that we have and the analysis that we've been doing. I guess we've been looking at this site for, I guess, about 2 years now, and we've run the numbers through it over and over again, looking at the traffic volume data. Of course, we had the pandemic in the middle of it, which made data difficult to acquire. But I think we've tried to do about as good as we can to get decent information and look at historical data and see how that information remains useful and valid for this project. I guess one thing I really want to point out is that since we've started this analysis, I think we've resubmitted the traffic impact study 3 times now. And that was just trying to answer questions from the public and from the city, and trying to make sure we're presenting the best information that we can regarding the traffic impacts from the project. Through that time, the results of the traffic impact study and the recommendations of the traffic impact study have never actually changed. I went and actually looked back at some of the information that we'd gathered back 2.5 years ago now when we started this project, and it's all fairly consistent. Obviously there have been changes to the road since then. The road's been widened through the MDT project. But if we look at the results, the numbers we came up with, they're all very consistent. We went up last year and tried to collect new data, or I guess we should say we did collect new data in March to try to capture skier traffic, which was very useful information. It was good data. Didn't really change any of the results of our conclusions. talking a little bit to David Grand Prix's questions about the most recent version of the traffic impact study. We resubmitted this back in, I think it was May of 2021 with our new information, and then the city had some questions about the project, and then we just recently resubmitted the new version of it again in April of this year. Mostly to address the specific questions that Dave had, and I'm not sure they've had enough time to actually go through the traffic impact study again to see what's changed. I'll just really briefly hit on it to tell you what changed, which was actually very little. We've tried to remain consistent. The biggest comments from the traffic impact study were talking about some lane use ideas about possibly adding some additional turning lanes on Exco Parkway and up north there. And I think I provided the information in the traffic study that is not recommended at all. The number of left turns there are fairly low. All you're doing by adding turn lanes on those cross streets is increasing your pedestrian crossing distance. And that is, I think, something that none of us really want to do. And it doesn't really change the operations of the intersection. So that's not recommended. There was another comment from the city regarding some of the traffic distributions that we used. We had originally used about 5% left turns turning to the north onto Grant Creek. The city thought that was a little high, so I changed it down to 1%, reran all the numbers. It's probably, I would say it probably was not inaccurate the way we did it. The new way is probably based on the city comments is maybe a little better. But at the end of the day, it changed the results of the traffic impact study by tenths of a second in intersection delay out there. It's just not, at this point we're getting to the situation where we can argue some of these very minute points that are in here, but nothing is changing. We're very consistent on our conclusions and our results, and we're standing by that based on the information that we have. The traffic volumes that we were looking out here, pulling up our data and the historic data that MET's counted out there and the city has counted out there for 10 to 20 years back in the past, and things aren't really changing. All the numbers that we're seeing out there that are the official numbers from the Department of Transportation and from the city of Missoula are showing us the same volumes that we saw there 5 years, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. They're not really changing. So the idea that our data is wrong or invalid or is somehow not correct, there's just nothing to back that up right now. Obviously, I'm sure there are days in the middle of summer you could go out there and find some different conditions, but that's not really how we do these. We're not looking for the most, the worst case scenario in every situation. We're trying to get a good representation of what's going on out there. And based on the work that we've done, I think we have a good data sources and good conclusions for the analysis. So I'm quite happy to answer additional questions that you guys might have, but I wanted to clarify those couple of topics really quick, and then we can continue on.
Outstanding. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate the additional information for everybody to consider there. Yeah, if you would hang tight and maybe lower your hand if any of the board members have any further questions or in their discussion process, we'll ask them. Okay, so that brings us now back around to Josh, and then I have Ellie.
Thank you, Sean. I just had a couple of questions and clarifications, maybe for Dave. Dave, it's true that the majority of the large parcel in question is currently zoned RM 135, but because of a legal technicality, the lower R5.4 zoning applies to the entire parcel. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Got it. Also, the growth policy recommends residential high density on that parcel. And is RM 1-45 a density of 45 dwelling units per acre? What is the density associated with that zoning?
Okay, Josh, I think I made a mistake. I'm sorry. So the northern parcel, which is the majority of the property, because of the technicality that you mentioned, because it's split zoned,
Right,
the most restrictive applies. And so that is R 5.4,
right.
not RM 135. It's the southern parcel
Exactly. Yep.
that's RM 135. So I'm sorry for the error.
No, I think, okay, well, I understood. Yeah, I understood that, but the applied zoning isn't the zoning that encompasses the majority of the parcel.
So the larger piece, I'd like to try to share my screen. I hope it'll work this time. I really do. Let's see.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is that the parcel is mostly zoned RM 135, but because there's a small part of it that is R 5.4, the entire parcel must be zoned or apply, the zoning that applies is R 5.4.
That's right. Because it's the strictest, it's the most stringent, therefore it applies.
Right. Okay. However, the growth policy recommends a zoning that is more in line with the RM 135, correct? High density zoning.
That's exactly right. So it's an interesting situation, and the growth policy recommends a higher density of development. It recommends high density residential on the vast majority of this property, but the zoning that currently applies does not fall into the high density residential category. In other words, the current zoning really doesn't comply with the growth policy designation. Like we wouldn't rezone this property to an R 5.4 right now because that doesn't comply with the growth policy. However, that's the current zoning that applies to most of it, if I'm being clear.
Yes. And so they're requesting zoning of RM 1-45. What is the density of that zoning designation?
It is up to, I think it's 43 dwelling units per acre.
43. Okay. However, the development plan, and I know we can't look at the development plan, the development plan is calling for approximately 15 dwelling units per acre, correct?
I think that's accurate. 15 or 16.
Which is in line with the 16 dwelling units per acre recommended by the Grant Creek area plan. Is that correct too?
I think it is.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then lastly, this may be a question for you or the gentleman who was just speaking. What was the impact of the additional southbound lane since the last time we spoke about this issue, the last time we saw this in 2020? Has there been any studies, or can anybody speak to the impact on traffic that had?
I cannot quantify that.
Okay. Because, and the reason that I ask is it seems like while the developer has demonstrated significant effort, very thoughtful in their new approach, very creative, great amenities, I don't disagree with the RM 145. Understanding that traffic issue or that traffic improvement could be very material to the decision of what we can actually look at. So if anybody could talk to how that has improved the traffic situation, I'd like to hear that.
Bob, go ahead and if you can address Josh's question there, please go ahead.
Oh, yes, thank you. This is Bob Adlin again. I think I can try and address that situation as best I can. I mean, obviously the lanes out there are fairly, reasonably new, but the impacts of them are quite significant. Just looking at the operational numbers, trying to quantify what the capacity is of those different lanes in the southbound direction, trying to get out of Grant Creek. MDT did a really good job of trying to plan for the future out there and try to provide as much capacity as they possibly could, given the anticipated growth scenarios at that time. We could probably make some discussions about, maybe that right turn lane could be longer. And based on the analysis that I put together using the information from the traffic modeling, which is actually produced by MDT, that right turn lane would occasionally get clogged up and wouldn't be usable, but there's not actually that many right turners out there. You get some, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's only like 10 or 15% of the cars are actually turning right. So pulling those out of the current traffic flow, I mean, obviously, if you could give them a bit more room to get into that lane, that might be, it would create a small difference. But overall, that intersection is working pretty well based on the normal use conditions out there. And I don't, when I originally looked at the project, I said, there was no way that they could actually build this without those improvements going in. And since then, MDT has come through and has provided those improvements. And I mean, obviously, in a perfect world, we could make some changes out there that would be probably create some roadway capacity improvements. But you're not going to. There's not much you could do out there to markedly change how those intersections operate. And based on the calculations and the standards that we use for these, it's actually working pretty good right now. It was like I say, it was MDT did a good job of studying the situation when they were working on their original plans and created an intersection that is quite functional based on the current traffic demands. And is it a busy intersection? Yeah, there's a lot of cars going a lot of different directions. And anytime you have a situation where you have long cycle lengths, just based on how that interchange works, you're going to have some delay on each side. That's just how it works. But based on the conditions out there and the current road use patterns and the anticipated numbers from this project, I'm not seeing that it's going to break down at any points in the near future.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Bob. Appreciate you adding a little color to that. So Ellie, I have Ellie next, and then Rick.
Thanks. I just have a question for Dave. I was hoping you could speak to the development agreement and how common that tool is and how you've seen it work in other instances. And then I know that there were some comments from the public about it, but what are the enforcement mechanisms for that?
So I think development agreements are used in lots of different jurisdictions across the country, but different states have different kind of enabling legislation. So Montana does not have a particular kind of authorizing statute for development agreements, but it's something that happens, I think, from time to time at the local level. In the city, so I've only worked for the city of Missoula for a couple of years now, but I've seen, I know that there are a couple of development agreements out there. I would say development agreements can work, can provide some assurance, and can provide some value if the parties actually follow them. When the developer wants to change plans midstream, as sometimes happens, then it can get quite problematic. So then you have, the city has to enforce the development agreement, and the city can, has the legal ability to do that, but it requires effort, it requires time, it pulls city staff away from other tasks. So to me, it's not, maybe I'm kind of shooting from the hip a little bit here, Ellie, but it's not an ideal mechanism. I would rather, it's much simpler to rely on, all right, this is what the zoning code says, these are the rules, this is what we're going to follow. It's easier because, as time goes on, plans change sometimes. And so an example is there's a project in the Mullen area, so west of Reserve right now, where a development agreement was made. This is before my time. It was made to, I guess, as an inducement to change the zoning on a property. And now there are 4 different properties, and now two of the new owners of those properties want to change the development agreement. So it's time, it's effort, and that sort of thing from a staff. So I'm speaking from a staff perspective. It's not ideal. Can they work? I'm sure they can. If particularly if there's one developer that's consistent with the project, that follows it through, and the city's willing to enforce it, is willing to stand behind it, then I think it probably can work very well. But it's not as simple and not as clean as having just your straight zoning rules that everyone understands, that the rules are the rules and everybody follows.
Thanks. And then I know that it's been up before, but can you just remind me what the density is for the RM 5.4? That's the effective zoning.
Yeah, so RM 5.4 it's a minimum lot size of 5,400 square feet. So let me just do a little math. So it's about 8 dwelling units per acre.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ellie. Go ahead, Rick, and then I have Tom.
Dave, I just wanted to clarify the difference. What I heard is the difference between RM 1-135 and 145 is height, 35 feet versus 45. So that essentially means 3 stories versus 4 stories, correct?
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting, that is the difference. That's correct. You're absolutely right. And so, you know, one of the things that Spencer Woith talked about earlier, which I think is valid, is what it means is, you know, if a developer feels like, or, you know, it's based on economics, obviously. So if a developer feels like they need to get a certain number of units to make a development pencil, if you can go a little higher, it means you can have more open space. It means you can have more, you know, kind of green area on a property if you can go higher. And that was, so I think there's some value in that, I guess is what I'm saying.
But it also means you can have a lot more people, another whole floor. So the other question that I have is I just get clarification. I came from a jurisdiction where there was codified development agreements and they came attached to a rezone. You know, for instance, if someone wanted to add a residence to property, we would designate that they kept a certain amount of it ag and it would stay in perpetuity and it went with the land like this. But in this case, it's not codified. So the reason we're being told to not consider the DA is because the DA may or may not happen. It's subject to litigation. It's not a slam dunk, and it's not really attached to the zoning change. I mean, if we make the zoning change, it still has to be worked out. As it was pointed out, there's no attorney fee provision as it is currently, and it could be fought out in the courts for a long time. Is that basically it? Am I right about that?
You know, honestly, I'm not really sure. I guess, you know, my feel at this point is I think everyone is coming in open-handed and in a way that is appropriate and respectful and honest. I guess is my feeling right now. And so I feel pretty good about it, but things change over time and you just never know. So what I'm saying only is ultimately, yes, it sounds good. It seems like a good deal. It seems like it addresses some of the concerns of the public. However, at the end of the day, so it's probably better than not having it, but there are also some issues that are somewhat problematic or could be problematic down the road.
But we need to consider it based upon just the zoning alone, not the zoning with the DA is what we're being told.
That's city staff's recommendation, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Rick. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I understand. We are definitely not taking that into consideration. I got that, the development agreement, but I did have a sort of procedural question around the development agreement, which is where exactly is it? There was some, it wasn't clear to me if it's a signed contract that it will with the city, legalities aside, because there were some comments and some suggestions about the development agreement in terms of like amending it potentially or adding to it. I'm just curious where exactly is the development agreement in terms of, its state.
You don't mean physical location, right?
No, I'm just saying, like, is it a done contract and that what they propose it is, or is it we have the broad strokes of it, but there could still be additions to it.
I think there could still be additions to it, but I'd also would really, yes. So I think there can be additions to it. I think we get on, it could be a little bit of a slippery slope or maybe a narrow path because as we've talked about and as RT Cox has pointed out, we can't condition the rezoning upon the development agreement. So I think there is some wiggle room. I think council could negotiate with the developer on some of the stipulations. It's an interesting situation because like you're pointing out, some members of the public have suggested that the development agreement be amended to include certain things that would benefit the public. But at the same time, we can't make that a prerequisite of the zone change. So it's an interesting situation. I think there is room for negotiation, but would certainly want to bring the city attorney's office into the discussion because they have a better sense of that than I.
No, thanks for that. I just wanted to understand if there was an opportunity because like you said, I would hope that everyone involved is trying to be open and honest and transparent and looking to make the right, an appropriate agreement for the public. So it sounds like that's still an opportunity.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tung. I have Shane and then Dave after that.
Thanks, Sean. Just a question for Dave, I think. The no build zone that's located on the west side of the property, on the hillside, is that is that codified somewhere? Or is that just, it's too steep to build on right now? It could be built on. I guess I didn't see it on any of the exhibits other than the exhibits provided by the developer. And I guess I'm just wondering if is that a no build zone in perpetuity?
Currently, no, it is not a no build zone in perpetuity. And the city zoning regulations, Title 20, I think would allow some development on that hillside under certain circumstances. The developer has stated that it's a no build zone, but that's not in the development, at least I don't believe it's in the development agreement, and it is not codified.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Shane. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay, so since we're talking about development agreements, at first, I'm thinking that my original thoughts, that's not a good idea because this is not well thought out development agreement. And I appreciate Mr. Alt offering something there. I think there's something to build on there though. The details about actual details of the project and then the phasing and where the money's come from and where the money goes and how this goes. What I'm really concerned about, probably all of us are, is to me, it's a legal contract between a private individual and its successors, depending how you write it, and the city of Missoula. And I'm just going to have to say, I don't have confidence that the city of Missoula will be able to, wants to, and is able to enforce it in the long run. So I think we're stuck with the question on the zoning, yay or nay.
Great, thank you, Dave. Is there any other questions at this time? Oh, I see Rick's hand up there. Go ahead, Rick.
I just have a question about motions. I'm new on the board. Do you normally require a motion for or do occasionally people propose motions against?
So, typically, in my experience, Rick, we usually take the motions for and then decide whether we agree or disagree with that. There has been an instance in the past where we did have a motion against. However, I cannot think of the example off the top of my head of how that came about. Does anybody else remember that? To give a more specific example of that? Dave, I see your hand up there.
I don't have a specific example, but from staff's perspective, it's very helpful to have the motion put on the floor as presented by staff, and then a second, and then it opens it up to discussion. And then it's very helpful to hear your perspective. So the board members, maybe one by one, if you want to say anything, can talk about how you would like to vote and why. And that helps me to kind of put down notes and transmit your kind of summary thoughts to the city council. And also, so that's one thing. The reason it's helpful also to have the motion as presented by staff is otherwise we'd have to come up. So let's say that so we've got a motion right now to approve, but let's say that someone wants to make a motion to deny. Well, then we need to kind of go through the findings of fact and come up with potentially alternate findings of fact to support the motion to deny, which is a very laborious process. It's hard to do on the fly. It's just hard to do as a group. We might be able to sit down and do it individually and that sort of thing, but so it's much more intensive in terms of effort.
Great, thank you, Dave. Appreciate that explanation. Sorry, I can't remember that. I've only got one example of that though. Typically, we go with the motion provided by staff, and then we vote that up or down. Did I see Dory or Ellie? Did either of you have your hand up? I guess it's down.
I had my hand up, but I think I answered my own question, so I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. And
I'm prepared to make a motion if you want one.
1 second, Rick. I'm trying to make a decision here. I see Spencer's got his hand up. I'm trying to decide whether I want to open this back up here. Let's Spencer, if you've got a brief comment, I'm going to go ahead and give you the floor really quick. If you want to try and address something quickly, though, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll make this quick. The development agreement was probably not our first choice either, but it was in response to trying to address some of the concerns of the neighbors, understanding that the development agreement is not tied to the zoning. It is a contract that we're putting together in good faith to assuage some of the concerns from the neighbors. We are coming in open and trying to be as honest as we can about the things we're putting in the development agreement, and we continue to take that stance. So I just want to make sure that everyone's aware that it wasn't our first choice, but this is what we feel is the best route forward to take care of, given the circumstances, to take care of the neighbors' concerns. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Spencer. Appreciate that. Also, just want to let folks know that the public comment portion of the meeting has been closed, which means I cannot take any more public comment. And so, Grant, I see your hand went up there. Just trying to let you know that, and RTU as well, that portion of the meeting is passed by. I apologize. I know that it feels very important to get your comments in, and we appreciate you being here. However, we've also provided you with about as much time as we could possibly give at this point in time. So I'm going to go ahead and call for some motion, or a motion, excuse me, from a board member, and we will try and move to the discussion portion of this for board members. Rick, go ahead. You want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. I move that we approve the adoption of an ordinance to rezone government lot 4 and portion B of COS 4831 and amended tract A of COS 3750 and portion C of COS 4831 and portion of Commerce Center Phase 2 amended in Section 5, Township 13 North, Range 19 West, from R5.4 residential to RM1-35 residential, B2-2 community business, and C1-4 neighborhood commercial to RM1-45 multi-dwelling based on the findings of facts in the staff report.
Outstanding. Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Josh. And all right, folks, that opens up the floor for discussion. And just as a general reminder, it is very helpful for staff to hear from as many of us as possible about how we're thinking and what we're feeling about this particular project. So I missed hands there, but I'm gonna go, I have Dave first and then Rick, I believe.
Thank you, Sean. I want to compliment the people who have given testimony so far. Archie Cox, the point about enforceability of the development agreement. Mike Cole, about basically, I think what Mike was raising, the issue that never is spoken about in Missoula, and that's cumulative impact. We only look at one project at a time, and cumulative impact is a real thing. It's an environmental issue. Anyway, to basically to the findings, I'd like to make my own alternate findings, if you will, according to Dave, that in the growth policy, basically, it talks about residential high density being within the core of the community. And I submit this is not the core of the community. Secondly, residential services, including public parking areas, groceries, schools, and transit, are essential for the residential area. This is not available in this area. The growth policy also talks about infill development in the urban core. Again, I submit the finding is it's not in the urban core. In fact, finding number 16 from staff says this is not within the urban core. So I think that where I'm going with this, the high density development, what should be found are compatible with surrounding development. And we've had plenty of testimony and know from our own eyes and visiting the sites, it's not compatible at that density and that particular site. And then, of course, all the fire safety issues that have brought about are totally relevant to this issue. I don't see how we can find this zoning consistent with the growth policy, and that's why I put up my alternative findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I got Rick next. Go ahead, Rick.
Well, thank you, Dave, for putting together those alternative findings of fact. I really appreciate that. Yeah, if you couldn't tell by my comment about motions, I'm not in favor of this either. Yeah, I just think a 4-story apartment building belongs in an urban core. I mean, there is limited access to this area. There's one way in, one way out. That is a very significant issue. I don't think it's compatible with the surrounding areas. There are single-family residences above it. There are 2-story apartments around it. No apartments this tall. I mean, I just don't see this as being a compatible use. I mean, I want density as much as the next person. I think that's a definite goal for us as a board, but we should be growing from a city center outward, not growing from a 4-story development on a wildlife urban interface that only has one way in and out. I just don't see it. I think this should stay. I think at best it should be RM1-35. I think that's compatible for that area. I think that's what the majority of the property is zoned for right now. If this were to come to us, with that as a proposed zoning change, I think I'd be a little less opposed to it, because then we would have, no more than 495 residences. And as one of the people that testified said, probably more like 325 units in there. And that's less than half of what's being proposed, with potentially unenforceable development agreement, well, we can't even consider. So I'm very opposed to it. That's just my feelings.
Great, thank you, Rick. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I think maybe before I get into my comments or observations, the current density isn't based on the RM 135 zoning. It's based on the R5-4. Isn't that correct? Because that's the applicable zoning. So if it was RM 135, we would have density similar to the proposed zoning. Is that correct?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, so I guess I don't know how I'm gonna vote. It was a difficult decision last time around. I commend the developer for demonstrating what I would consider significant effort, thoughtfulness, creativity to really improve the development plan. I thought the amenities, the pool, the open space, 44% open space, more diverse product types, particularly around the exterior of the development, a club for co-working, to limit some of the traffic trips, I thought was a good idea. I was in favor of RM 1-45. I think it's a good choice. I think it allows the developer to achieve the height required to obtain workable density, and it doesn't change the overall density from RM 135 significantly. What it does do is it reduces your floor area ratio, so it gives you more open space. I think it makes a more livable product. And so I think that was good. I think it also provides more equitable housing for people with varied physical limitations. So I think in terms of equity, it checks that box to a certain extent. And I think that the plan limits the total, we keep talking about high density. And I know, but the plan, the zoning's high density, the plan limits total units to bring overall density in line with the 1980 Grant Creek area plan, which suggests medium density, 16 units per acre, not high density. This plan, I think, comes in at 15. All that being said, I have to throw it out the window because we can't consider any of that, which is unfortunate because I think they did a really good job. And so I don't know if they're just trying to make the decision more difficult, but they certainly did. So I guess in the pro rezone column for me is the majority of the large parcel is zoned RM 135. Unfortunately, that's not the applicable zoning. It's the R5.4. But the fact is it's already zoned that way. I just personally believe that the gravel pit, there could probably be a little bit more density than current zoning, the current applicable zoning allows. And I think, just personal opinion, that all areas of Missoula need to do their part to accommodate additional housing. And, Grant Creek is organized, they're engaged, they have resources, they show up, and, kudos to them. They've got their ducks in a row. But, this housing crisis is a Missoula housing crisis. It's not, certain areas of the community that need to take on that responsibility. So I look at it from that perspective. And the growth policy, whether we believe it's in the urban core or not, which was developed through a public process, recommends high density here. Even though the plan that we can't consider isn't going to put high density on it, it's going to put what I would consider medium density at 15 to 16 dwelling units an acre. And I think the one thing that we really can consider is that additional southbound lane. And if I understood correctly, a bike path since the last time we looked at this. So I don't know how I'm going to vote, but those are some of the things that I'm wrestling with. Many of those, I guess, legally, we can't condition zoning. So that, we talked a whole lot about a development agreement tonight that it means nothing for our decision. So I'd like to hear if anybody can really talk to what are the key material changes that we can consider. And the one is the additional southbound lane that didn't exist last time. And the other thing too that I just like to say, everybody talks about, building in the wildland interface, and this is going in the wildland interface, and maybe it is, but what about everybody else before who got to build up Grant Creek in the timber, in the wild, really in the wildland interface? And now, because they want to build a little higher density product down at the mouth, you know, that's a problem. I don't know. I just think in terms of equity, that needs to be thought about a little bit too. So I'll stop talking, but those are some of my thoughts as I wrestle with the decision.
Outstanding. Thank you, Josh. Pointed and thoughtful as usual. Appreciate that. Is there any other comments? Oh, I see Dory's hand up. Go ahead, Dory.
Thanks all. I want to appreciate what I've heard from other board members tonight. I am equally conflicted and agree with a lot of what's been said so far from my fellow board members. Don't know if I'm willing to say how I'm going to vote yet on this, but I do want to say I appreciate the thoughtful public input from citizens. I also really appreciate the work the developer has done to try to meet some of the concerns around this proposal. I guess fundamentally for me, really looking at the criteria we have to consider in terms of whether or not to recommend a rezone on this, I do still have concerns with a number of criteria. I'm concerned about, whether or not I think, as Dave pointed out, that we're truly in accordance with the growth policy. I have concerns about whether the zoning is designed to secure safety from fire and other dangers. I'm still concerned about the public safety piece. I'm concerned about the motorized, non-motorized transportation systems. And, there's things I feel like, based on what I've read about when this came up before a couple of years ago, it seemed like some of the real predominant concerns were around traffic, ingress, egress, fire and climate. And I guess I'm just still not feeling like those have been adequately addressed. I feel that, what we've heard about traffic, I'm sure is accurate, but I have a hard time believing that the addition of 1,400 cars isn't going to negatively impact, what we already have going on at those intersections at the bottom of Grant Creek. So I remain concerned about that. I would love to see to address again, adequate provision of transportation, parks and other public requirements. I appreciated the comments about trails, the comments that Public Works and Parks and Rec have made, as well as the local trails group there in Grant Creek. The fact that we maybe haven't seen this final traffic study, makes it a little more complicated perhaps to make an adequate recommendation. I am very much pro-housing. I very much feel that this is a site appropriate for some more dense development. But I don't want to see Missoula, I don't want to be pro-housing at the exclusion of what I feel like are other really important values about how this community grows. And we need rentals. So I was excited about the rental component. And, I think like I heard from Josh, I really loved a lot of the elements of how this has been revised. Many of the things Josh mentioned, co-working space, bike repair shop, some additional trails on that hill. There are some really good things here, but I have a lot of hesitation still about the rezone request in and of itself. So I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you, Dory. Appreciate that thoughtful comment. Toom, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a challenging one. I do appreciate all of the presentations today. I've learned a ton. I think that everybody had some really, really valid points. My perspective on this is a little bit different though. I think as everyone agrees, Missoula has a housing problem across the board. It's not just single family, it's rentals, it's everything. We can't focus on one type of housing over the other. And so I think we have to do all of it as best that we can, as quickly as we can. because that like the lack of housing is going to have more long-term impacts on the quality of life in Missoula than I think anything else. The primary concerns that I'm seeing is one of public safety. Traffic is a lot, again, yes, it's a limited access point, but my perspective on that is that the signal that we can send is to the city, which is to address that problem. And it's a chicken or egg thing, right? Do we prevent development because we have limited access, or do we encourage more development, and that will encourage the city to prioritize expanding access to that area? Because if we basically say, oh, well, we have an issue getting in and out, well, then that cuts off large portions of the city and the surrounding areas. And I think that's the message that I would like to send to the city, which is like, we need to prioritize development where we can. And if public safety and access is an issue, we need to start looking at how we can improve that so that no longer becomes an issue with respect to development. So we need to solve the housing problem. And I think we need to do all of it. I'm likely I likely will vote in favor of this.
Good, thank you, Tone. No, excuse me. Is there anybody else that wants to jump in there and add their 2 cents? Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I probably, like a few people here, I don't know exactly how I'm going to vote just yet. Second time I've seen this, and pretty sure I knew how I voted the first time. I do think that I do appreciate everybody coming out and talking to us about this today. I think there were a lot of really great points. I think that as on the whole, the development agreement that we're not considering does get to the core of what was, I believe, to be intended here on the site in terms of, it's primarily RM 135. There is, a large portion of the hillside that is, depending on, if the development agreement is valid or not, is developable or undevelopable. And we're, if that was guaranteed protection, I would see this like a lot of things that we've seen in front of us before, where we're moving away from a resource to allow more density in a less desirable location, down in the lower grounds here. And I would see that as a benefit. And these are things that we've talked about as a board before. How can we incentivize people to protect resources such as this hillside and focus their development in non-pristine soils or away from hillsides or whatever. This development agreement really does get to that. That being said, it's not valid, and that's kind of at the core. I probably have my own opinions about whether or not this is a great development agreement, but I think that it hits on a lot of the things that we have discussed as a board, and I think it's pretty good. But that being said, we're not supposed to be reviewing it. So I'm not sure how I'm going to vote. I'm leaning towards voting in favor of this, but I guess that's all I'll say.
Okay, thank you, Shane. Appreciate your comment. All right, I'm not sure if everybody's had an opportunity to speak. If you haven't, go ahead and throw your hand up, board members. I will go ahead and add my 2 cents to this as well. Yeah, I think this is a lot more difficult than the last time we saw this back in 2020. I want to echo probably quite a few things that have been said by board members here, but I'm going to go ahead and echo them and maybe take a little more time than I normally do. I feel like the developer and the owner and staff have done an outstanding job of taking our previous meeting, some of our suggestions and the ideas we had, and trying to put them into the development and create something that is palatable to everybody. And I just want to commend you guys and on that fact. And I think very much as I did at the last time we reviewed this, to encourage you not to give up, to encourage you to, no matter what happens or how this falls tonight, to keep moving forward, because I see this idea, this plan. I like what you guys put on paper. Like, other than a few of the issues that we're looking at here, which I'll hit on specifically, I like the plan. I like all the ideas. I like the community space, like everything that's been mentioned by the board members that you guys have tried to put in place. I like a lot. I think they make for good housing and the things that we need. And so I just want to, commend the developer and staff for working on those things. And, as far as housing goes, it's been pointed out that we do need all types of housing. I recently was on I don't even know what to call it anymore, a forum or an educational process where we discussed housing in Missoula in great detail, and we really are missing everything. Like, people that make over $100,000 a year can't find housing in Missoula. So it's not just single family housing that we need. We need everything. I want to take a second to address some of the fire components that were brought up tonight. I have a fairly extensive background in fire. I was a wildland firefighter for 5 years. And before that, I was also in fire in the military. And before that, I ran volunteer as a high school kid on engines. So I have a decent background in fire. And I think that all of those points were really valid. The things that I wanted to point out for the board were some of the geographical parts of, what was presented to us. And I don't want to dismiss any of those things, but I would like to point out that this development is really at the very edge of what would be considered the WUI. And it is got a hillside that is definitely flammable and can be burned. Most of what's above them or to the east is what is really going to be in danger and will burn first if something occurs. And having those grasslands there, highly flammable, can move fast. There's a lot of dangers. However, it's also pretty quick and easy to put out if you've got resources. Grass fires aren't too tough to fight. They just can move fast. So I think there's some really important things to keep in mind there, although there is a lot of dangers for the ingress and egress of this community. This particular development is, I don't want to say in the least amount of danger, but it is on the lower end because it is right next to the highway. It has huge fuel breaks. It has one hill that will approach it and threaten it for fire. But that being said, I don't want to detract away from all the other things that were presented tonight. All of those issues are valid. And we got a great detail of information about that. However, I just wanted to add a little color for folks and information as far as perspective from perhaps somebody that's fought fire and is looking at this thing with, maybe not as much experience as our presenter Mike there, but several years of working on fire. Another thing I wanted to try and address, just in some of the comments tonight, there was perhaps a little questioning about best foot forward or intentions. And I just want everybody in the public to know that it is my belief and my experience that in all of these hearings and, you know, our board, what we see coming from developers, everybody is putting their best foot forward. I don't think anybody is trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. They're just trying to make things pencil as far as dollars go, which we all know is a challenge, particularly today. But I just want to assure folks that there's no hidden agendas, and you know, and if there is, I think they're very low priority as far as what we see here at this board. I think everybody is really trying to put their best foot forward, and I don't think there's any like overlying, you know, malevolence or, you know, folks that are trying to pull something over on everybody. So I just want to assure everybody that your community is working as hard as they can to create the best city that we have and continue to develop that. That all being said, I definitely have some of my concerns as well. I thought the quantitative risk analysis that Dave pointed out and Mike brought up was very telling, and it is very important fact that we need to include. And there are some issues with the growth policy that I also wonder about. Density towards the core, although I do think this fits in pretty well. I think one of the last things I want to just kind of hit on in maybe a little different light is that if the owner and the developer were to go forward with the current zoning, or to try and get an R135 with nothing attached to it, they could put in, not the current zoning, but if they just go with their R135 and get that zoning dominant, they could put in a lot more housing, and there's not any confinement to keep them from putting in more than we would like. So I just want to caution folks of the public to not recognize that maybe there's a good idea on the table and that it might be the best way forward. However, the developmental agreements, that might be one of the biggest sticking points for me tonight, is that there's no legal guarantees. We can't provide conditions, and if something changes, we're kind of stuck with something we may not want. So I feel like I may be leaning towards my previous vote of denying this rezone. I'm not absolutely determined on that, but I think I'm gonna leave it at that for now, and just let that be my 2 cents for this evening. Ellie, I have you next, please.
Well, thank you, as everyone has said, both to the fellow board member comments, which are really thoughtful and have captured most of how I am feeling and thinking about this project, as well as to all the presentations we received. It almost feels like if there were even like a couple more things in the wheelhouse, like if the busing could get there, if the, like whatever, that chicken or the egg problem that Tung was discussing of like, how do we say yes when there's not the infrastructure really to support it? Will that infrastructure come? Not sure. And I feel like that's this main point of contention that I'm feeling currently with getting to a yes on this is there's no certainties in a lot of those things, and we could end up saying yes to something that becomes a real, automobile centric site, which is against a lot of the considerations we're trying to make from like transportation in Missoula and the Missoula core values that we're seeing in the growth policy. So that feels really tough. And I also see all the reasons why this could be really good. And I agree. I think this is one of the more interesting developments we've gotten put in front of us, and really thoughtful and trying to build community in a way that I would like to see and have diversity and accessible housing styles. And those things are all really great. And I still feel conflicted on this vote, which makes it harder to say yes with all of that conflict there. And so I guess I'm leaning towards no, but also I'm not quite sure how to make that final decision. And I'll leave my comments there.
Great, thank you, Ellie. Is anybody, Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing, and that is the chicken and egg situation. And maybe just while you're thinking about how you'll vote, this is a real conundrum that I think that the planning board and city council really needs to tackle, because it's not addressed in the growth policy right now. It's a real issue. So, the issue is, well, we don't necessarily have, and it's not just unique to this location, there'll be other locations in the city of Missoula where we don't have certain facilities right now. So the Mullen area is a great example. We're trying to create this mixed use, more walkable community, higher density, more traditional urban scale, and that sort of thing. But all the proposals that we've seen right now have been strictly residential, and you're going to see some big projects coming your way, some big subdivisions coming your way in the Mullen area that are all residential. And the developers, when we at the staff level try to say, hey, can you please provide some area for commercial development for restaurants, coffee shops, corner stores, that sort of thing, they say, look, we it sounds nice in theory, but until there's a critical mass, until there's a market there, we're just not going to take that risk. And so this is, in planning circles, they call this concurrency. So should you have, when does the development need to be the supported development before you approve the residential development? Can you take a leap of faith, or is that too risky? Kind of what Ellie was talking about with transit. Because if transit never gets there, then it's going to be a project like this would be fully auto dependent and would violate a lot of kind of the core values and the kind of the aspirations of the growth policy. So it's a really tough issue, but I think the planning board, it's important for you all to consider that, to think about, can we take a leap of faith, or just do we not feel like that's a smart move? So anyway, I'm not adding a lot to your discussion here, but just thought I'd bring it up.
No, actually, I think that was a really good point, Dave, and thanks for making it. I think it's good to note that we have this discussion all the time. I'm trying to think of the last time we had a subdivision review or a rezone that did not include infrastructure issues, and I'm pretty certain that everybody's pretty aware of that. Tung, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, you actually just kind of said it. I just want to reinforce my perspective on this isn't about traffic. This isn't about the development agreement. This is about Missoula growth. Missoula is growing, whether we like it or not. And we can sit here and try to prevent it. But if we prevent it by having restrictive zoning, we're going to end up with lots of single family homes on large acres that are very expensive, which is not the goal we want. Like, we talk all about like the concern for the, housing is too expensive. Well, that's a supply problem. And if we need to address the supply issue. And so we do need to take that leap of faith and say that we are recognizing that Missoula is growing, again, whether we like it or not. And we need to do the best that we can to try to do that. So I feel like if we say yes to these projects that we feel pretty good about, then the infrastructure will come. It'll have to come. And so that's why I think we need to do this. We had the same discussion about River Road a couple of meetings ago, where the main concern was around traffic and the conditions of River Road. Well, I'm pretty sure that River Road's going to get some attention now. So the same thing needs to happen with Grant Creek.
Great, thank you, Tung. Rick, go ahead.
I had a question for Dave, the Grand Prix. What we're currently being asked, just exclusive of any development agreement, would allow up to 1,185 units based on density. I know it's going to be geographically restricted, but that's what it would be, correct?
I wish that, and Grant Parker, I think his name is, the general counsel for the Rocky Mountain Milk Foundation, brought this up. I wish I had a better figure for you. But, in order to come up with an actual potential development of the site, number of dwelling units, you'd have to sit down and do an actual subdivision, do a development.
I mean, just based upon acreage times density per acres, that was the 1185.
Correct.
And right now, based on zoning, currently it's 495. What would it be? Could you help me with the math a little bit if it were RM 135 for that whole 40-acre parcel?
Well, theoretically, it could still be 1,185, but it's just in gross math, because it's still one dwelling unit per 1,000 square feet is what RM 135 allows. But again, that's not realistic either.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't see who went up first, but go ahead, Dory, and then Ellie.
Sorry, I was going to let Ellie go first because I know she was up first. Go ahead, Ellie.
Thank you.
I have no stake in the order. Thanks, Dory. I was just to respond to Tim's thoughts that I hear you on that. This comes up for everything we look at. I also see the long list of infrastructure projects Missoula has in front of it. And we were seeing with like that River Road development, for example, which I voted in support of, that those infrastructure pieces were slated already to come in sometime, hopefully in the next decade. And if those things are, that projected that far out, then, when do we get to see like the new development after they've already done updates to lights and roads on this spot? I think it's going to take a real long time before it gets around to changing those things again. And I just keep that in mind when I think of, I think the climate pressure is real on the Grant Creek residents. That's not the only factor. I don't think those resources of making it less auto-centric are going to come quickly to that spot. I think there's still going to be a lot of people traveling in vehicles for groceries and all the other services they need for quite some time before maybe those changes come. That's all.
Great, thanks, Ellie. Go ahead, Dory.
Thanks. Tung and Dave, I want to say that I appreciate your comments and helping me think about various aspects of this. I mean, I have two things I guess I'm interested in commenting on and maybe getting some answers around, but I have to think that at some point along the line here, this developer maybe was hopeful that it would be easier to avoid a subdivision review on a project like this. And I wonder how this might have gone differently if that had been the path taken. And then the other comment I want to make is regarding this leap of faith. I have spent a considerable amount of time in Boston area suburbs and Los Angeles in recent years. And the thing I worry about with the leap of faith is with a project like this and the car dependency that it's going to require from the front end, I think it's really hard to put the cat back in the bag once it's out. You look at a city like Los Angeles, you look at these suburbs in Boston, and they're extremely car dependent because there wasn't the sort of holding the reins tight on the kind of community we want to build. And I completely agree that we are desperate for housing, but I think it's possible to really lose sight of how we want to grow with that pressure on us. And I do see too, and I think Ellie mentioned this, but I do see some projects happening closer to the core of Missoula that are similar to this in terms of the very in-depth thinking about how to make these developments mixed use, not just commercial and residential, but various income levels and types of housing. And there is a piece of me that worries that this is talking about building over 700 units of only rentals, where there isn't the ability for someone to build, secure an asset and build equity. So anyway, I just wanted to add those comments. Thanks.
All right, great. Thank you, Ellie. Or was Dory, I'm sorry. Thank you, Dory. And is how's everybody feeling? Is everybody ready to try and cast a vote here? Have we gotten ourselves to a point where, oh, Josh, I see your hand come up. Come on, Josh, what you got?
Yeah, just one more. I think listening to some of the other planning board members, I'm going to go ahead and vote in favor of this. Not an easy decision, but we need more supply on the market. And that's a change from last time around, right? Maybe Dave can speak to this. The last time around, Dave, was the application for RM 135. Wasn't that what they were trying to achieve, was the zoning that was already encompassing but not applicable to that larger parcel?
No, they were also seeking RM 1-45 like today.
They were, okay. Well, I tend to think that that is not a bad choice. And I also tend to want to support the staff. They're the experts. They look at this every day. And if they recommend approval, I think I try to find ways to support that as opposed to ways not to support that, I guess. And in this instance, while it's, I think, a difficult decision, listening to Tung and some of the others, I'm going to go ahead and support the motion.
Great, thank you, Josh. Appreciate you clarifying that. Does anybody else feel like jumping in for any clarifications or anything at this time? And if not, I am going to go ahead and call for a vote. Moment of truth. I know this is a tough one, folks. So I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote. Heather, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, give me one moment while I navigate to it.
Absolutely, no problem.
All right, thank you. Josh Schroeder,
Yes.
Dory Gilels,
No.
Toon Pham,
Yes.
Ellie Costello.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
No.
Okay, thank you. Dave Loomis,
No.
Rick Hall,
Opposed.
Shane Morrissey,
Yes.
and Sean McCoy.
Nay.
We have 5 votes opposing and 3 votes in favor, so the motion fails.
All righty.
Sean, do we now need to have a motion against with Dave's wonderful reasons?
No, we do not. With the the motion not carrying, then that is sufficient for our purposes here. And then my guess is with the vote being the way it is, the city council will probably dive into our testimony and our discussion deeply and wrestle with the same problems. And I wish him the best of luck, because this is a really hard one. It's really, I'm still conflicted, even though I just said no. But there's a couple of real key pieces for me that just aren't quite there yet. Unfortunately, as much as I want housing to go up. So with that, sorry, give me a second to find my notes. I am going to close the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting. And just start out by good job, everybody. I know this was hard, and I'm feeling y'all on that, and I appreciate it was just a fantastic discussion, and everybody's thoughts and points were really good. And so we just turned 10 o'clock, so we're gonna move on with our agenda, and we're gonna see how we want to proceed. We got kind of one thing coming up here. So we have nothing under communications and special presentations, or I don't believe committee reports. Tim?
Yeah. Yeah, briefly, we did have a TPCC meeting today. There was a couple of procedural things to amend the TIP program, as well as some work programs, and the upshot being that we have a little bit more money, and they just needed to allocate it, which was good news. And then there was actually a pretty lengthy discussion around the Higgins Street corridor plan that centered around how to address the realities of the Higgins Street Bridge project, which is a large commitment to try to expand the capacity, but then many of the Higgins Street proposals potentially would limit the capacity of the entering streets. So that was actually really interesting. I encourage anybody who's interested. They're going to start having some additional public hearings and the steering committee around the Higgins Avenue corridor plan. So overall, pretty interesting meeting.
Great. Awesome. Thank you for filling us in on that and for filling that role. Greatly appreciated. Which brings us next to old business. So ideally, everybody got an opportunity to read Josh's letter that he's been crafting with Bailey, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, on the US Highway 93 letter. I don't know if everybody caught wind. There was a little bit of a media, I don't know what you want to call it, snafu maybe. So the Missoula Current saw our agenda, saw that letter, and did not realize that it was a draft letter, and then published it as if we were making that a final thing. I didn't view it as too big of a hiccup. It was definitely a headache for staff, I can say that much. But ideally, everybody got to read it. And I think if we can tackle this tonight in short order, it would be better for it, or at the least if we can address it. Josh, what's your feelings on trying to see about the letter tonight? What does everybody else think? How are folks feeling?
I guess I would leave it up to the group, if they've had a chance to read it, and if there are any comments or modifications, and I'd certainly be open to any of that. It's interesting that the media packet goes out to press, and they found this juicy enough to warrant running it. And my understanding is the Missoulian also called to see if they could end it not doing that, because it was just a draft. So what that means about the letter, I don't know, but maybe it means more people should take a look at it and make some modifications. But I'm open to whatever the group wants to do.
Yeah, I would defer to the newer members of the committee, because we've been talking about it for a while now. And so I think I wouldn't want to put them on the spot if they don't have the kind of the history there. If they're open to trying to close it out this meeting, or if they needed some time to think about it or ask additional questions.
Great, that's a good thought, Tung. Go ahead, Rick.
Well, as one of those newer members, I was kind of trying to figure out what the backstory was on that letter, where it came from and how it came to be. And if you just look at it on its face, it's without knowing that, for a new member, at least for me, it's kind of surprising, I guess I would say. I don't know if it's not, I mean, I would say it's probably factual, but again, I don't know the backstory, so I don't know if I'm prepared to vote on it.
Okay. And that makes perfect sense. So I think, and if there's objections to this suggestion, please pipe up. I think as much as I hate to kick this can down the road any further, I think Rick's comment really speaks to the fact that we need to kind of update our newer board members on the history of this discussion. And that could take us a little bit of time, and considering that it is 10:05, I think we're going to go ahead and unfortunately kick this can down the road. If anybody has a strong objection to that suggestion or idea, please chime in and we'll consider that. All right, not hearing any strong objections at this time. I think we'll go ahead and table that letter, and then we'll ask staff. We don't have anything, so kind of, I don't know if everybody's had an opportunity to look at the upcoming agendas and meeting schedule, but we don't really have anything slotted for May. I thought we might have a presentation from the affordable housing. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to find my note on their full name, but I mentioned it at our last meeting that Shane and I had met with them, or maybe it was 2 meetings ago. But I kind of thought maybe they were gonna try and get a presentation in with us. But as of now, that is not on the docket. So May is open. However, June is busy. We've got some big things coming up in June. I don't know if they're going to be as difficult and as controversial or challenging as tonight was, but staff's update was that June is going to be full. So we will probably try and put this on the next meeting we have, and ideally have enough time to, at the very least, brief newer members of the board. And with that, we are almost done, folks. We've got new business and referrals, which we don't have any. That brings us to comments from board members. Does anybody have a comment that they'd like to make at this time? Ellie, go ahead.
Thanks. I just really wanted to say I appreciated the comments about equity in that conversation and trying to be really considerate about that. Josh in particular, I think he brought up some really good points there. Yeah, thanks you guys.
Awesome, thank you. All right, I had a couple of things, but I'm not going to bother with them tonight. It's getting late, and I think everybody's ready to be done. So with that, I'm going to call this meeting adjourned. Good job, everybody. Thanks for being here, and have a good night.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank your kids, Sean.
Thank you. They're watching TV. They'll thank you guys.